State University. We'll start with our first committee, which is Academic Excellence and Strategic Growth, and I'm the chair of that committee. So at this time, I'll call to order the Committee on Academic Excellence and Strategic Growth. And Ms. Sanders, if you'd call the roll.
Absolutely. Good morning. Committee on Academic Excellence and Strategic Growth. Trustees Lynn Bunch,
Present.
Harold Barnes,
Present.
Chris Evans, Stephanie Johnson. We do have
Present.
We do have a quorum.
Okay.
Thank you.
As chair of the committee, I want to remind everyone that we will be conducting today's meeting pursuant to the new amendments to the Open Meetings Act that apply during states of emergencies. The amendments were signed into law earlier and allow for public bodies to meet via electronic means. The new law does require, however, that we take all votes via roll call, which we will do today. Additionally, pursuant to the amendments to the law, all chats, instant messages, text, or other written communications between members of the board regarding the transaction of the public business during the remote meeting are deemed a public record. Finally, I will ask all members, committee members, board members, and participating staff to please identify yourself before participating in deliberations, including making motions, proposing amendments, and raising points of order. Now I'll read the ethics statement. As chair of the Academic Excellence and Strategic Growth, it is my responsibility to remind all members of the board of their duty under State Government Ethics Act to avoid conflicts of interest and appearances of conflict of interest as required by this act. Each member has received the agenda and related information for this Board of Trustees committee meeting. If any board member knows of any conflict of interest or appearance of conflict with respect to any matter coming before the Board of Trustees at this meeting, the conflict or appearance of conflict should be identified at this time. And barring that, we will go to our approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes from June the 1st, 2020?
So moved. Trustee Barnes.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second, Trustee Johnson.
The minutes have been seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, that motion passed. I'll now call on Dr. Farrah Ward, who will do our presentations. We do have one action item today, and we'll do that item first, which is a recommendation for Professor Emeritus. Dr. Ward.
Thank you, Trustee Bunch. Is everyone able to see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm on dual screens in the office. I'm not sure how it's appearing. Is it appearing full screen for you all?
Yes.
We can.
Is it appearing full screen, Gwen?
You have full screen for the cover, and then the next page is the smaller.
Yeah.
So you might want to do the slideshow version.
It's gonna be. I'll advance the slide. It's because
Okay.
I have dual monitors in my.
We can see it. I mean,
It's fine.
it's fine. It's fine. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay.
We can see it.
Okay, I apologize.
That's fine.
So thank you so much, Trustee Bunch. We do have one specific action item. It's for a Professor Emeritus, Dr. Velma Blackman. Dr. Velma Blackman was a professor of English for 24 years here at ECSU. She served as chair of the then Department of Language, Literature, and Communications for 7 years. One of her also served as director of the Center for Teaching Excellence. One of her most notable accomplishments was the work that she did as director of the honors program. She was the actual second director in ECSU's history of our honors program and served as the director of that program for 11 years, really growing its presence across campus. In addition, she also chaired the commencement committee for over 10 years. And so she, of course, was recommended by her department and approved by the AAPC and the Administrative Council for recommendation for Professor Emeritus status.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve?
So move.
Second?
Second, Stephanie Johnson.
Okay, is there any discussion? Okay, if there's no discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All
Aye.
opposed? Okay, then this will be brought forward to the full board tomorrow. Okay, Dr. Ward has quite a few items to talk about today. It's been a very, very busy time for the instructional area. And at this time, Dr. Ward, we will have your presentation.
Thank you so much, Trustee Bunch. I'll begin with, of course, the number one priority for our institution, which is our SACS reaffirmation. I am proud to say that we were able to submit our compliance report on September 8th. It had to be received by all of our committee members, and it was indeed received by September the 8th, so we met that deadline. I, of course, would like to thank the trustees and all of the ECSU community for all of their hard work ensuring that we actually submitted that document as required. It currently will be reviewed by our off-site peer review team during the November 3rd through the 6th. We anticipate initial feedback from them at the end of November, early December. At that time, if for some reason we are not found in compliance in any of the standards, we will have an opportunity to submit a focus report, which will be due at the beginning of February. We will also have to submit our quality enhancement plan. You all may remember that our quality enhancement plan will focus on career development. And so that also, which is standard 7.2, is due on February 1st with our focus report. We did find out that our on-site visit will be a virtual visit. And so it's still scheduled for March 15th through the 18th, but it will be 100% virtual. There will not be any individuals on campus. In terms of our fall 2020 courses, just wanted to give you all an update. Of course, we have made some modifications due to COVID-19. And so 59% of our face-to-face, of our courses are delivered in a face-to-face format. About 26% are totally face-to-face. And then a vast majority of 33% are in some type of hybrid form. 41% of our courses are being delivered 100% completely online. And so the two pictures are just indications that all of our classrooms, students know that they have to have face masks required. And then our classrooms are also 6 feet apart for the desks to ensure social distancing. This summer, we worked diligently with faculty to ensure that they had the resources they would need in order to properly deliver instruction. We spent about over $75,000 on faculty resources, including laptops, webcams, document cameras. Additional lab materials and software were purchased. We have virtual labs for science courses, even social work. They do kind of intimate interviewing with 2 students. And so we bought some social work software that allows students to still get that same experience, but of course they won't have to be in those intimate settings. Over 90% of our lecture classrooms now have technology. We spent over $170,000 making sure that that was the situation. We did have a committee to look at this and tell us what the recommendations. And one of the things that faculty definitely requested was the ability to have technology in their classrooms so that they were able to tape the courses, Zoom with students during the class. And so we did make a significant investment in upgrading our classrooms this summer. We also worked on faculty online training. We offered 18 workshops between June 15th and July 30th to ensure that faculty were able to deliver the courses online, and even those who were delivering hybrid participated. We had over 60 faculty members participate in the summer training, which is extremely impressive, especially during the summer times, but I think speaks to the commitment of our faculty here at ECSU. I'll be highlighting two specific initiatives that we are working on. One is the COVID-19 mitigation grant. This is a $1 million grant from the North Carolina Collaboratory. It's being led by Dr. Watt, myself, Dr. McCallum, but it really is a cross-campus community who's working with that. It's not just the sciences, it's an interdisciplinary team. Our Dean of Humanities and Social Sciences is also working diligently to document these efforts. We have purchased one machine and will be purchasing a second. We have a real-time PCR machine that is actually on campus now. It will be able to do testing for individuals. We'll take it into the do testing in the community as well as here in Elizabeth City and for our students. We also will be purchasing an ID Now rapid test. One of the differences, the real-time PCR machine is primarily can test individuals who are symptomatic and those who are asymptomatic, whereas the ID Now rapid test, although faster, usually is generally used for individuals that are symptomatic. The real-time PCR machine will be able to test about 40 specimens in about 90 minutes. And so we will be working with student affairs to test students on campus and also those in the community. Over 20 students are involved in this initiative. You'll see some pictures. You see this one here. These are our graduate students in biology. They're being trained on the real-time PCR machine. While initially this machine is being used primarily for COVID-19, the one good thing is that even when COVID-19 is gone and that's not our primary focus, we will be able to use this equipment by our biology faculty for DNA sequencing and other different initiatives. The outreach to the community will begin at the end of the month. We have a mobile lab. And so similar to kind of how we took the STEM lab on the road to the students, we'll be taking the mobile lab into the communities in our 21 county service area. And we'll be doing testing as well as doing information sessions for those individuals. The three pictures here are three of our graduate students. They have been trained on the equipment. We have an extensive protocol, even though none of the actual samples will be live. Once the students and of course the faculty will be there to test, we still have extensive protocols that they will follow in the lab. And so this is actually being done in our STEM lab on the second floor. But again, no live specimens will be brought into the lab. We also have a partnership that we are excited about with Wake Tech Community College. Some of you may know they spent $10.6 million in a land acquisition in East Wake County. They are building a new facility as part of a $349 million NC Bond Connect that they got this money for this new campus. We will be having a physical campus, Elizabeth City State University, on Wake Tech's Eastern Wake campus. There'll be signage that says Elizabeth City. Our primary focus is on two areas. One, emergency management, and the other is unmanned aircraft systems. They'll be doing a substantial training for first responders. You may not be able to see it, but that little yellow portion that's on this picture is actually a UAS facility that they have built according to our specifications, in which we will be leading the effort at Wake Tech Community College to train first responders. The second partnership with Wake Tech is building 2+2 articulation agreements. Specifically, we will begin working on an articulation agreement for their Associates of Applied Science in Unmanned Aircraft Systems, and they have an Associate of Applied Science that will transition nicely into our emergency management program. Of course, of primary importance, only second to SACS, is our enrollment, which we are extremely excited about. And so I just wanted to show you all, as hopefully you have heard by now, I'm sure you have, that our enrollment is up and climbing. And so this picture shows our enrollment since 2016, and the red arrows really indicate the percentage of increase that we've seen. And as you can see, from 2019 to 2020, even during a pandemic, we have seen a 13% increase. And I really just would like to acknowledge the hard work of the whole ECSU campus in order to ensure that our enrollment has even surpassed our second year goal in our new strategic plan. Some specific things I just want to highlight, the first being our transfer enrollment. And so you can see, even since 2016, our transfer enrollment has just continued to increase significantly. Even though we saw a slight dip, still more than double, almost more than double of what it was in 2016. You can see for fall 2020, we have really kind of picked up the speed. And so I think this is evidence of all those articulation agreements. You may remember, they don't always happen overnight, but we're starting to really see some of the efforts that we've made building those relationships with those community colleges really come into fruition and have led to our jump in transfer enrollment. In addition, our graduate enrollment has also more than doubled since 2016. We now have 92 students in our graduate program. And one of the things is a program that was literally on the low productivity list from the UNC system, which was our Master's in Elementary Education program. Just 2 years ago, in 2018, we only had 3 students in that program. But as you all may recall, with approval from the board, we did move that program to 100% online. We have 2 concentrations in that program, one for our individual teachers who want to get an advanced license, and one for individuals who already have a bachelor's degree but would like to get initial certification to teach elementary education. And in 2 years, that program has grown from 3 students to 49 students under the direction of our Director of Graduate Education, Dr. Tim Goodale. And so we're very excited to see the increase in our graduate enrollment. Our freshman retention rate is also something that we monitor very closely, and we are excited to see a huge increase even during a pandemic, which, again, is really not that we have any evidence to go by from what happens in a pandemic previously, but again, just in normal times, you don't see these types of jumps so significantly in the freshman retention rate. Although you see from 2015 to 2016, there was a jump. The numbers in parentheses indicate the size of that cohort. And so that was only for 260 students. We now have 385 students. And so we are excited to see a nearly 5% increase in our retention rate. That's first time, full-time freshmen. So it's a very specific cohort. It's only for freshmen that came in 2019, and they were 100% full-time. What is really kind of at the heart of our enrollment increase is really the persistence of our continuing students. And so this represents the students who were enrolled during the spring of 2020. They did not graduate and they were eligible to return. Out of the students who are enrolled in spring 2020 and were eligible to return, 84.2% of those students actually returned. And so that is really significant when you talk about the percentage of students who are coming back. That means they're not stopping out, they're not transferring to another institution, they're returning to ECSU. And again, this is really a cross effort which has led to this increase in continuing students. And it's really what's continuing to drive our enrollment. We all understand that if you can't win on persistence, then it doesn't matter how many students you actually recruit in the front door. You have to be able to keep them and keep them coming back. And so we are extremely proud to see that this persistence rate has increased this semester. Also, our transfer persistent rate, that also increased 4 percentage points. And again, similar, our transfer students who have decided to come back. I do want to, of course, admissions is still an extremely important component of ECSU. And so I do want to bring you up to date on our current status with our admission policy. You may recall that prior to this fall 2020 cohort, the admission standard was that students had to have a 2.5 GPA and they had to have a 17 ACT or 880 SAT. I believe I updated the board in June that the Board of Governors had changed the policy. And so for fall 2020 admits, they decided that they needed a 2.5 or they needed a 19 ACT or 1010 SAT. One of the things that I made sure that I let you all know was that at that time, the Board of Governors was mandating, though, that there had to be a test score on file. Even if we were not using it to determine whether or not a student would be admitted, and we were only admitting on the GPA, we still had to have either a SAT or ACT score on file. The Board of Governors has since changed their policy again. And so while the criteria is still the same, a student has to have a 2.5 or a 19 ACT or a 1010 SAT for the spring 2021, summer 2021, and fall 2020 semesters. Students do not have to have a SAT or ACT test score on file. So that means that we can admit a student just based on GPA, and we do not have to have an ACT or SAT score on file. So this is a new requirement, and it's only applicable to these 3 semesters. We are continuing to hone in on our admissions schedule. We are doing 100% virtually currently. So we're doing virtual recruitment fairs, almost every week, virtual high school visits. We also are having virtual information sessions. We have virtual information sessions for anyone, freshmen on Wednesdays and Thursdays. We have transfer virtual sessions on Tuesdays. Students can still schedule individual virtual sessions if they would like. But these are sessions that we open up to anyone and we advertise. We also will be having our second virtual open house. We had one in April, but we'll be having our second one on October the 3rd. Lastly, I just would like to give you all an update on our strategic plan and make sure that you know what we will be focusing on this academic year. And so the specific objectives that we will concentrate on this year are objective 1.4, which is to conduct a market analysis to determine the workforce needs of the region. This is a 2-year project, but we will be getting started this academic year. We also plan to redesign at least 50% of our programs with a focus on the workforce needs. And we are committed to establishing at least 2 certificate programs, again, tied to the needs of employers and the community. The second objective that we will be focusing on is the one regarding aviation science program. We are currently in the process of trying to obtain our initial ABBY accreditation. We have a virtual visit with them this semester and should hear something by next April. After that, which has to happen first, we will be working on getting our ATP certification, and then we will focus specifically this year on updating and maintaining our aviation inventory and equipment. Lastly, in terms of academic excellence, our last objective that we'll focus on is 1.6 around our education program, and we'll be spending time evaluating the recruiting practices of our education majors and developing strategies to attract and increase our enrollment in our education programs. The one standard from academic excellence that will have to be delayed, we initially planned to do this year, but we will have to delay due to COVID-19, is Objective 1.2, which was to establish 4 new living learning communities and to increase opportunities for global learning from 3 to 10 students. We still are letting students know about global learning opportunities, but of course, we are not promoting study abroad at this time. The second goal from the strategic plan that we are working on is sustainable growth, goal 3. Specifically, we're looking at objective 3.1. Of course, initially, like I said, our initial goal for year 2 was to grow enrollment to 1981. But since we've already surpassed that, we have adjusted it to grow our enrollment to 2,100 next year. But I just want to remind you that our initial goal in our strategic plan was to grow enrollment to 2,300 by 2025. But we have made an adjustment again to continue moving forward. We also plan to sign 2 additional articulation agreements. These will be very targeted programs. We now have seen where some growth has come from. For example, we sent some faculty to Pitt Community College from graphic design. Last semester, what we've seen is that we've gotten a nice increase in graphic design majors transferring from Pitt to ECSU. That's one of the articulation agreements we will specifically be working on. So again, we will be doing articulation agreements, but they will be very targeted. We will also work on developing a process to ensure that we identify and engage with any students that are at risk. I tried to do a chart to try to simplify and make sure that you understood what we were doing in 3.2. I'll try to walk you all through this. But specifically, our goal is to increase retention to 78%. Again, that's our 2025 goal. But I wanted to make sure you understood how we got there and to understand what our each individual goal is. So when we said that we wanted to increase enrollment to 78%, we were currently sitting at 70.6%. So we wanted to increase it by 7.4 percentage points, which is significant. Our year 1 goal was initially 73.5%. But since we know our current freshman retention rate is 75.6, we wanted to increase and revise our year 1 goal. And so our year 1 goal now is 76%. Some of you may be saying, well, you grew it by 5%. Why are you now only targeting 0.4%? Well, we're not sure what fall 2020 will actually be like. And so we know we're dealing with a lot of different dynamics due to COVID-19. And so we want to, again, still make sure we have a goal to increase, but we do want to be cautiously optimistic because we have no kind of baseline for COVID-19 conditions. Secondly, we want to grow our 6-year retention rate to 50%. Again, that's the 5-year goal. When we developed that goal, we knew that our baseline was 38.4%. Initially, our year 1 goal was 40.5%. But when we pull our 6-year graduation rates, we are currently at 43.1%. So we wanted to revise our year 1 goal, and we now have a year 1 goal of 44%. Lastly, grow 5-year graduation rate to 45%. I put a star by this because this 5-year graduation is different from the 6-year graduation rate. The 6-year graduation rate, what we're looking at is ECSU students who start here at ECSU as a cohort, as a freshman, first-time full-time freshman, and they ultimately graduate from ECSU. The 5-year graduation rate stems from the UNC system metric that measures 5-year graduation rates. And in their metric, they count students who start here at ECSU, but if they graduate from anywhere, then we are able to count them. So the 5- and 6-year graduation rates that we are looking at are different. The 6-year start at ECSU as a cohort, graduate from ECSU. And the 5-year graduation rate, which ties to the UNC strategic plan, start here at ECSU, graduate from any institution. And so when we began this, our baseline was 36.5%. Our year one goal was 41.5%. We know our current is 40.2%. And so 41.5% remains our goal for year one. And then lastly, the objectives under sustainable growth that we are delaying because of COVID-19 include our desire to host 2 on-campus recruitment events and 6 in-person visits per targeted high school counselor, and to increase the number of campus tours given to students by 10% annually. We still would be doing virtual visits, but the on-campus events and tours will not be happening during this semester because of COVID-19. That's all I have, Trustee Bunch. I, of course, will entertain any questions.
Does anyone have any questions for Dr. Ward?
Yes. This is
Okay.
Dr. Johnson. This is Trustee Johnson. Good morning, Dr. Ward.
Good
Is
morning.
this indicative, the numbers that you gave us earlier on, I think it was in maybe slide, indicative of the online versus face-to-face? We had about 60% online, 40% online, 39% 40, and then the other 60% face-to-face or hybrid. Is this indicative of what the other universities are doing? Because it sounds like a really good number for us. But are the surrounding counties having those kinds of numbers also? Not counties, but universities in our system.
Yes, some universities are 50-50 split, and some are about 40% face-to-face. And so we are in line with other. And then if you may recall, one of the things that I did in order to kind of get to that number was I went to the faculty on 2 occasions. The first occasion I asked faculty again who had specific concerns about returning for face-to-face courses. Those who indicated that they did have concern for a variety of reasons, I moved those courses to online. And then when we had the situation with, of course, the local school systems who were also, again, faculty members who had kids, they weren't able to teach their face-to-face courses. I went back to faculty and needed to ask them who needed accommodations. And so I moved those courses online as well. And so again, some faculty were able to teach face-to-face and were willing. Those are, some of them are still doing that hybrid. Quite a bit of our science courses, as you can imagine, are indeed face-to-face, but that is a representative of what the faculty were asking for and what accommodations we made.
All right, thank you for that answer. The mitigation grant, I'm so excited about that. I didn't know if I heard you say anything about when you think you'll be able to start testing after the training takes place.
Yes, we should begin. We should begin testing at the end. We have the real-time PCR, as you saw, the students were being trained. We're waiting on one specific hood before we actually, again, we're just taking extra precautions, even though it won't be live specimens. That should be here any day. Once that begins, we will begin testing. And so we imagine that will be up by the end of September.
All right, thank you. Next question. About the ACT, SAT that they are allowing us not to use for the next 3 or 4 semesters. Is that because of the inability to take that test because of COVID?
Yes, that's exactly right. And so even though, at least for, because COVID happened in March, some students actually were still in that predicament because some of our students, took the test late, and they take the test late or they wanted to take it a second time. But we still require the SAT score on file. But of course, even across the country, some school systems have gone to basically test optional is what they often call it. And so I would say, keeping with those other institutions, other systems, the UNC system Board of Governors did decide to let it be test optional because some students do not have access to take tests because of the current environment.
Okay, because I know of a young lady who cannot go to graduate school until she has the one of the graduate record exams that she could not get. She couldn't get in yet because of that. I'm so excited about what the education department is doing because I know it was dying and I see this growing, and I can't thank the university enough because I know it was the beginning that we were founded on on teachers, with teachers. And so many teachers came out of Little City State University and the surrounding areas. But I just can't thank you enough for what you all have done, especially in terms of having that space on that new campus that they're coming up with and having our name be a part of it, and just all that you've done. It's just been almost like a miracle that we've turned around so well, not just so fast, but so well. Thank you again, Dr. Fair. Ward,
Thank you so
Dr.
much.
Ward, Dr. Ward.
Thank you.
And does anyone else have any questions?
I think trustee Tyne has his hand up.
Okay. Trustee Tyne? Can't hear you.
My space bar wasn't working for some reason. Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I really appreciate the strategic plan update, and congratulations to the whole team on not just meeting the goals to date, but actually bumping them up, and especially during a very difficult time. I had one question, which was how much has the GPA testing change affected our enrollment to this point? Have we gotten a lot of students? Are we being able to reach, some of those first timers that we weren't able to reach before?
Yes, it did. And so for fall 2020, we have probably about our freshman class was 369, probably about 30 or so of those students would not have been admissible before we changed the criteria and made an and go to an or. I think I updated you that, we didn't just unilaterally let those students in. We did, if they met only one of the criteria and did not meet our kind of sliding scale, they did go to a specific committee, but it has played an impact in increasing our enrollment this semester.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
Trustee Barnes, I have two questions. One is, how are we serving students with disabilities that are not on campus?
Yeah, and I will turn it over to Vice Chancellor Brown. I think he's probably better served to talk about that.
So good morning to each of you. So we have a director of student accessibility and testing services. The services that she provides to students are related to support for students with disabilities. Basically, those services are publicized through pretty much every channel that you can think of. Vikings Engage on our actual university website and the like. And she has been very much involved with students who are in need of accommodations, if even from a distance. She also has been heavily involved in accommodating students who may have chosen to remain at home because they had kind of all online courses and or determined that it was best for them to kind of remain at home because of some pre-existing condition that they thought they may be exposed to in light of COVID-19. So, those services are being rendered on the daily. The beginning of the semester, midterm, and the end of the term are kind of high volume times for student accessibility and testing services. But if a student needs those services, they're pretty much connected with her. She reviews their documentation from a medical physician or treating, medical professional, and then makes some determinations around what accommodations are necessary. Also liaising with the faculty to ensure that those accommodations are implemented effectively. And then we do work very closely with our partners in academic affairs to ensure that this process is as seamless as possible.
Thank you. The second question, I think, is for Dr. Ward. I know nationally there have been some issues around the fact that those schools that are test optional, if you're going to go on a GPA and you have to have an ACT or an SAT on file, then I think implied in that may be the fact that it may be somewhat discriminatory. If you're not going to use the ACT or the SAT, then what would be the purpose of even having it on file? I know what our policy is from a Board of Governors point of view, but what's your take on that?
Yes, so when we're not requesting it, but depending on how they actually submit their application or when they take they may send us the score. And so it's no way to kind of, we still will receive it. Right now, we're working through the process. This is a major change for us as an institution. Of course, there was a time when we did not have the SAT, but for us, it is discriminatory. If we do have the GPA though on file, that's what we will be going on. And so we will not be submitting and accepting one student on GPA and then another student who has GPA and SAT and then use that to basically exclude. If they have the same GPA, one has the SAT on file, one doesn't, we will be admitting them both. So we will not use the SAT or ACT score against them.
Thank you.
Trustee
Okay.
Bunch, I have a question.
Okay, we need to move along. We've gone past our time, so we need to
I
ask
have a
it.
question. Dr. Ward, I
Yes.
just quick question on the testing. How often do we do testing on the students? Is that just when they have a symptom? Are we doing accelerated testing?
I think, well, I'm sure Mr. Brown VC Brown may talk about it, but right now we do testing with symptoms and we're starting a surveillance. But VC Brown, are you going to discuss that in your presentation?
So we weren't going to go into that level of detail, but I'll just say that if a student presents with symptoms and or is identified because of contact tracing, they are administered a test. We do actually also have a surveillance testing program that is meant to be a proactive measure to ensure that we mitigate the spread of the virus on our campus. And so once the new program that Dr. Ward mentioned is up and running, that program will expand in a way so that we might service even more students than we already do through our existing protocols that are currently in place.
All right, since we are beyond our time, without objection, we will stand adjourned. Okay, if there's no objection, okay, we will move to our next committee meeting, the Committee on Student Excellence, and Chair Kim Brown.
Unmute.
Yeah.
Space bar not working. Good morning to everybody. I'd like to call the Committee on Student Excellence meeting to order and ask Ms. Gwynn if she would call the roll, please.
Sure. Committee on Student Excellence. Trustees Kim Brown,
Present.
Phyllis Bosomworth,
Present.
Jimmy Chambers,
President.
Stephanie Johnson,
Present.
and Tracy Swain.
Present.
Okay, everyone is in attendance.
Thank you. As chair of the committee, I want to remind everyone that we will be conducting today's meeting pursuant to the new amendments to the Open Meetings Act that apply during states of emergency. The amendments were signed into law earlier this month and allow for public bodies to meet via electronic means. The new law does require, however, that we take all votes via roll call, which we will do today. Additionally, pursuant to the amendments to the law, all chats, instant messages, texts, or other written communications between members of the board regarding the transaction of the public business during the remote meeting are deemed a public record. Finally, I will ask all committee members, board members, and participating staff to please identify yourself before participating in deliberations, including making motions, proposing amendments, and raising points of order. I would now like to read the State Government Ethics Act for committee meetings. As chair of the Committee on Student Excellence, it is my responsibility to remind all members of the board of their duty under the State Government Ethics Act to avoid conflicts of interest and appearances of conflict of interest as required by this act. Each member has received the agenda and related information for this Board of Trustees committee meeting. If any board member knows of any conflict of interest or appearance of conflict with respect to any matter coming before the Board of Trustees at this meeting, the conflict or appearance of conflict should be identified at this time. Hearing none, we will move to approve the minutes of the previous meeting.
So moved.
And that was by whom?
Trustee
Trustees.
Swain.
Thank you.
And
Trustee Bosmore, second.
Thank you. So the motion has been made. It has been seconded. All in favor, please. I guess, Ms. Gwen, do we need a roll call?
We can do a roll call for the Committee on Student Excellence. And that would be the chair, Trustee Brown.
Yes.
Trustee Bosworth made the second.
Yes.
Trustee Chambers,
yes.
Trustee Johnson,
Yes.
and Trustee Swain made the motion. Thank you.
All right. We have 3 updates today. No business that will require a vote. So we will start with an update from Mr. George Bright, then secondly, Mr. Jimmy Chambers, and finally, Mr. Gary Brown. Mr. Bright, you have the floor of the Zoom.
And good morning.
Good morning.
It's great to see everyone today. And again, Bishop, congratulations from the Department of Athletics on your 30th year. Enjoyed seeing that by virtual media yesterday. Really, really enjoyed it. So congratulations, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Today we, with our Department of Athletics, keep before you too long. Our overview today I'll introduce some of our new athletic staff. We'll talk about the CIAA statement that happened back in July, and then, of course, a tentative return to action plan at a high level for us. I'll bring you up to date with our strategic plan initiatives from the Department of Athletics. We'll then, again, just as information, provide for you the academic success of our student athletes. And then we'll talk about a project that we're doing with our student athletes, again, regarding mental well-being and mental health, and just provide an update for them. So I'd like to introduce to you virtually our new women's volleyball head coach. His name is David Brooks. Comes to us with over 10 years of experience, comes to Elizabeth City State with over 10 years of experience. And that experience includes nearly a decade in the Charlotte kind of area, Mecklenburg area. He was head varsity volleyball coach at Mallard Creek High School. In 2015, was also named the Mecca 4A Conference Coach of the Year. He does hold some winning coaching titles, both at Mallard Creek High for the all-time and single-season records. Has a bachelor's degree in accounting from Ramapo College, finishing his master's at East Carolina in business administration. He comes to us as an assistant at Catawba College, and I'm very excited about what will happen with our volleyball program. He'll also take the role of the interim cross-country coach for the year. So welcome, Coach David Brooks. Our next staff update, is our assistant women's basketball coach. No stranger to the CIAA or to Elizabeth City State University. Coach Ron Woodard is returning. He served as the interim women's basketball head coach here back in 2014. Woodard brings a tremendous pedigree, 20 plus years of coaching experience in many different places. He has an overall record of 165 wins and 99 losses. He has including a 44-6 mark in 2 seasons as a head men's coach at Virginia Union of Lynchburg. He was the men's coach for 11 seasons at Claflin University with a 121-93 record there. He was also selected SIAC Coach of the Year after posting an impressive 24-2 record there within the SIAC. So very excited about that. He and Coach Lewis, our women's head basketball coach and senior women administrator, worked together at North Carolina Central a few years ago. So really excited about bringing back Coach Ron Woodard to our program. So back in July, actually on July 9th, the CIAA suspended fall competition for the fall of 2020. I'm sure you remember that. You've heard a lot of information about it. And within that announcement, the CIAA talked about continuing to explore possibilities of a modified schedule competition for football, volleyball, men's and women's cross country, and moving from the fall of 20 to the spring of 2021 in terms of competition. So that move is in place now. And as we continue to move forward, and if the conference office, through its leadership, adopts a revised game and practice schedules, they will be established, and decisions concerning winter and spring sports will also be determined. So what we have done since then is each school has been required to provide a tentative return to action plan to the conference office. And within that plan, and again, to date, our plan did not include at the time of this particular presentation, countable athletically related activity. In the NCAA world, they call that CARA. And if I refer to it as CARA moving forward, I'm sure you'll certainly understand. So within this return to action at a high level, we are certainly talking about our student athlete, our staff, and the Department Health and Safety actions that will occur as we plan to tentatively return. And within that plan, of course, is PPE equipment, meaning making sure we have proper masks, proper face coverings, cleaning supplies, making sure we're targeting all those hot spots. If student athletes are in weight rooms or working out or something like that, we're making sure that we are following those medically related initiatives. Our student athletes, our staff, and our department certainly is within in terms of education and training and continuous screening procedures, making sure that our student athletes, staff, and coaches are educated and continue to do those screening procedures. Our facilities and equipment, the cleaning procedures, we've talked about that. Our coaches are ready to go, and our staff's ready to go with that as we return to our tentative action plan. We will follow, of course, our campus COVID-19 policies and procedures, and of course, making sure that if there is a situation that needs to be moved forward, we will absolutely do that. And as this plan gets put in place, it calls for a gradual increase of activity. So no student athletes are going to go at 100% right away. We're going to gradually move them into physical activity, making sure all of our medical clearances are there, making sure their physicals are in, making sure that our trainers are involved specifically with all the actions that are occurring. Just want to just make sure that that you understand that our student athletes and coaches, we're here about mitigating risk, and we're going to let the science and data determine our next steps. We'll let that science and data determine our next steps. Our coaches and student athletes have all adjusted to the protocols, and certainly we're hoping for competitive seasons if we can get there. But please know that we will operate within the guidelines established by, of course, the CDC, the state of North Carolina, the UNC system, our conference office, the CIAA, and of course, Elizabeth City and the NCAA, as we plan to return to action if the conference allows for that to occur. A lot to unpack with that, but we're planning for it. I'm optimistic about it. But if the science and data says no, nothing happens. Regarding the
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay. Regarding the strategic plan, in terms of the athletic department initiatives, 2.52, 2.53 were all related to increased exposure of athletic teams through student activities and increased fan engagement. So those things are paused right now, of course, due to COVID-19. They're in delay. As soon as we're able to have fans and get to games and have fan engagement experiences and student activities together, we'll absolutely return to this idea. But as of now, those two parts in regarding the athletic department's initiatives are under delay right now, or are paused. And with the development 2.5.7, with the development of a facilities improvement plan that includes project prioritization, capital and operational budgets, and fundraising plans, we are certainly working with our partners in advancement and facilities to make sure that this part of the strategic plan 2.5.7 does receive completion by June 2021. So it is a focus of ours to get that portion done. Our student athletes have done fairly well in the classroom. We have, if you recall, last year, I gave you some performance indicators, and this year we have 77 student athletes that have earned above a 3.0 term GPA, okay, which is a 26% increase over last year. In 1920, we had 49 student athletes achieve Viking Scholar student athlete status, which again is a 36% increase over the year prior. And we still, in 2019-2020, we still have had the highest retention rate for student athletes in the CIAA. We've got a couple teams that have done pretty well. Our volleyball team and our tennis team have a team GPA of 3.38, both tied for number one. And we had a couple student athletes that had perfect 4.0s. You can see their names and photos there. Very proud of our student athletes that are performing well academically. And just for your information here, several names that you might recognize of some of our student athletes that have been successful in their academic pursuits. And finally, our focus for this year on student athlete mental health, as I talked about, is significant. We have engaged with Ivy Watts to work with us to create spaces for meaningful mental health discussions among our student athletes. As you may realize, our student athletes have lost so much in such a short time amount, due to COVID-19. And not only the loss of yet another season, in some cases for sports, has caused anxiety, sometimes frustration. Clearly, it has caused uncertainty. And several are also struggling with loss of belonging and connection. If your teams, a lot of our student athletes haven't done anything together since March. And so even a sense of identity is there. So the anxiety and the uncertainty caused by COVID-19, there's continuous movements of racial injustice. All this stuff is layered on top of our student athletes and their thinking. So, I'm concerned about that even more. We had these modules, we had a presentation last year. So I've engaged with the same consultant to help us even ramp up more for our student athletes. So they all are required to complete a series of modules before Christmas, okay? So there's plenty of time for this to occur. And those modules, they are mental health supporting modules, and they are able to provide our athletic community with mental wellness and mental health tools so that they remember that it's okay to not be okay, that they're not alone, and that although this time is difficult, that they will build a resiliency that will allow them to be stronger and more prepared, even better for future events. So I want to make sure that our student athletes have an opportunity to receive mental health, wellness information, and to provide a toolkit for them to be successful in dealing with themselves, of course, dealing with their teammates, their classmates, of course, dealing with their coaches. And I just want to make sure that we're addressing this in a proper way. I feel that with Ivy Watts coming, she's been here before, that our student athletes will have the right toolkits to be successful in this arena. So that's the end of my presentation. Bishop, can I ask for, Trustee Brown, can I ask for questions at this time?
Absolutely. I want to applaud you for the mental health piece, by the way, because a lot of universities are not doing that. And I don't know, obviously I talk to a lot of kids because of what I do. The other day I was talking to a football player at one of our HBCUs, and he's probably going to be a second or third round draft pick in the NFL next year. So, in less than a year, this kid is going to become a millionaire. And he said when the university decided, he's not an Elizabeth City student. He wasn't talking about our institution, but the institution that he does play football at is an HBCU, and they're not having on-campus study. And he said, missing being on campus to study is not my difficulty. This kid is from Tennessee. He said, I was looking forward to being back on campus so I could have my own bed.
Wow.
And when he said that, he said, you got to understand, I'm sleeping in a bed every night with my sister's 3-year-old who is not potty trained. He said, so the stress of everything else that's going on in society, I just needed to just be in my own bed. And so the biggest disappointment about not being back on campus is that. And I think sometimes we don't, we just don't understand the mental strain on athletics or athletes and the environment that they're coming out of. So I applaud you, sir, for just helping them and mandating, that's the other piece, mandating that they do the modules, because they might not appreciate it now. And I think the other day when we were talking, you made a statement that I really agree with. What they think we're doing might be impacting them for this semester because of COVID, but the reality is it's impacting them for 40 years down the road. They might be healthier mentally. So thank you. Any questions for AD Bright?
I just want to ditto what Chairman Brown said about the mental health issue. I think that's extremely important, and I'm grateful that you saw that and were able to implement it.
Thank you.
I have a question, Trustee
sir.
Brown, to Brother.
Yes, sir.
I know you didn't speak about the financial loss that we have without having a gate, no sports. But is it possible that you could give us bring back some type of board analysis on the financial loss that we'll be impacted by not having sports at ECSU with your budget?
Trustee Wilkins, I can absolutely do that for our next meeting and have a financial analysis for you as to what the impact has been and can be as we move forward.
Yeah, because I know that's very important, because I know
Yes,
we're still hiring people for sports and we're not actually, engaging in sports. So that would be interesting.
And Trustee Wilkins, I would also defer to Vice Chancellor McClinton and her report. It will probably answer your questions.
Okay. All right.
All right, if there are no other questions for AD Bright, we'll move then to our president of our student government.
I want to start off by saying good morning to everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Just a quick overview. Once again, my name is Jimmy Chambers. I am the Student Government Association president for this academic year at Elizabeth City State University. My goals was to amplify the student voice, more student activism, inclusion, and improving the collegiate experience. I know right now during the pandemic, it seems hard, but we are really doing everything we can do and think outside the box to keep our students engaged, thanks to our wonderful CAB team. For the advocacy and presence on the campus, I helped pass out the care kits during move-in. We also placed printers inside all of the residential halls. Thank you to the help of Provost Ward and VC Wilkins. I also did a video encouraging students to practice social distancing and to also follow all the proper protocols. And I also did an open letter with VC Brown to the student body as well. And now I'm going to play that video for you all.
I am Jimmy Chambers, your SGA president, here to remind you that face masks are required while on campus. We were given 3 ECSU face masks in our Vikings care kit. So remember to wash your hands, practice social distancing, and to wear your mask. Viking pride.
Okay. As well as there's a picture with me and one of our freshmen who just moved into Viking Towers, as well as the picture of the letter that was sent out to the student body that was from me and VC Brown. Some events that we're doing is that with it being election time, we're doing different voting engagements tailored to our students to get them informed and get them registered to vote. Yes, this is a presidential year, but as first we should take care of home. There are 10 positions open for the state of North Carolina, which I think is important as well. So for our students to be getting educated on, as well as so they know who is all running, as well as so they know who they are running, who is running to represent them in the state of North Carolina. On Tuesday, we will be hosting a town hall. I did invite members of the Board of Trustees to attend this meeting as well, so they could hear some of the concerns that our students are having. We did name a Mr. ECSU. His name is Nomar Proctor. He is a junior from Prince George County, Maryland, and he is a aviation science student. Questions?
Any questions for our president?
Kenneth Wilkins, I just would like to congratulate you, Trustee Chambers, on your leadership. You see, you are engaging with the student body, and I like the area that you're going in with the voter registration, making sure that the students are engaged in the voting process for this election year. Doing a great job.
Yes, sir.
This is Dr. John. This is Trustee Johnson. I want to say, Jimmy, you did a super job, and I'm so tickled about the video that you did, because movement is everything with young people. So you're right in line with what we need. Thank you so much.
Trustee Chambers, this is Paul Tyne. We hear all of the strategies that our leadership team are putting together to cope with COVID and, in person and everything else. How are the students feeling about the year, responding to, all the initiatives, just sort of what's the student experience like right now? How are the students doing?
It is very different because we are in a pandemic, and students do want to be in the face-to-face events, but the thing is, we can't really be in those spaces right now. So our campus activity board, they are thinking outside the box to try to keep students engaged, as well as we are still promoting mental health, as we're going to have different mental health initiatives for our kids. Because when you think about the schedule, we don't have a spring break right now, so everything is kind of on a go basis. So we are still going to make sure our students are, taking time out for themselves and making sure that their mental health is still there while they're on campus.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions for Trustee Chambers? If not, we will move to Vice Chancellor Gary Brown. And sir, it is 10:08, and so we're committed to being on time. So we're scheduled to end at 10:15.
All right, good morning. Thank you all very much for the opportunity to present an update from the Division of Student Affairs this morning. As we are pressed for time, I'll just be giving you a high-level overview of fall 2020 update related to COVID-19 and our response from a housing perspective, programs and services, and then also from a campus safety perspective. Also give you a high-level overview of the strategic plan goals that you all can expect to be updated upon as we move through the remainder of this school year, and then also 2 announcements related to new hires that have been made within the Division of Student Affairs. For fall 2020, our move-in process actually initiated over about a week's worth of time. That was all as a strategic approach to managing the level of traffic that would be on our campus and in our residence halls as students moved in. We currently sit, you'll see on the slide, it says as of 9/10, meaning September the 10th, at 81%. We are still at 81% occupancy, which is a little bit down from where we have been over the last couple years, but it is down because of the fact that our courses are being offered in a differing way. And we did have some students who determined that it was best for them to remain at home. This percentage, though, allowed us to de-densify our campus in a way so that we might spread students out even more, as well as to develop some quarantine spaces that we would utilize in the event that we had students who might present with symptoms and or be tested positive for COVID-19. We assigned students to the residence halls per the guidance that was given to us by the UNC system and in line with the CDC expectations related to treating each room as a kind of individual household. Within that room, students are not required to wear their mask inside the room, but within the residence halls, in common areas, anywhere else on campus, they are required to be wearing their mask everywhere and to adhere to social distancing. We have further restricted visitation within our residence halls so that there is no external nor internal visitation within the residence halls to each student's particular room. From a programs and services perspective, we all of our programs and services are readily available this semester. Uh, as we are leveraging the Vikings Engage mobile application, which we have talked about previously during our board meetings. That's a good way to kind of keep a pulse on what's happening related to our students and our staff, as well as our campus activities board, are working diligently to provide diverse and innovative programming. We also are providing services. So I saw the update from our athletic director related to mental health. Mental health is a strategic focus for us as an institution. We have a counseling center that is staffed up with professionals. And then there's also been several announcements this year related to counseling technology that will help us to present support to students from a tele-counseling perspective. From a COVID-19 response perspective, we did provide self-health monitoring kits that were provided to every student. We spent about $25,000 ensuring that each one of our students who came to campus will be provided a kit. This kit included 3 masks, hand sanitizer, antibacterial wipes, as well as a thermometer for them to use every day to monitor their temperature. And they can utilize the Vikings Engage app as well to kind of go through a self-assessment each day. Student health services within the Division of Student Affairs is responsible for testing and contact tracing in collaboration with the Albemarle Regional Health Services. And that process has been going as well as can be expected. We are only testing students that are presenting as symptomatic and or are identified as a part of the contact tracing process. We have been consistently communicating with students related to the campus expectations. And you all probably have noticed a dashboard that is updated 3 times per week by the institution. And that dashboard is our opportunity to be transparent about what's happening on our campus. As it relates to 2020-2021 strategic plan goals, we will be providing updates periodically on student participation in clubs and organizations. Despite the fact that we are not able to kind of meet as we normally would face-to-face with students, many of our clubs and organizations are beginning now this month to program, if even virtually. Currently, we have 80 clubs and organizations that are actually utilizing the Vikings Engage app, and the total population of users within the Vikings Engage app is 3,400, which tells you that that app, that 3,400 users actually exceeds our student enrollment. Which means that there are lots of folks who are engaged within that app, and that has proven to be a very quick way for us to get information to our students in real time. We also will be updating you on our search for additional funds to support needs around student services. Our baseline for this last year, we sought a total of $864,711. And we actually were successful at garnering $452,100 in grant awards. That includes a $358,000 grant award that was given to us by the Golden Leaf Foundation that supports a workforce development program that we call Project GAP, which is granting advanced preparation. You all will hear more and more about that as we move along. Further, we are going to be working diligently and strategically to expand our alumni and career programs to work on expanding our career programs by involvement of alumni in particular activities such as our fall and spring career fairs, which we will have fall and spring career fairs. And then we also are going to have identified a campus climate survey that will be administered to our campus over the next week. That will help us over the next month, which will help us to set a baseline for our diversity and inclusion work on the campus. There are 2 hires that I want to announce this morning. Our new Dean of Students will arrive to the campus. Our first day of work will be October the 12th. Dr. Nicole Lewis comes to us having served as the director of the Women's Center at North Carolina Central for the last 5 years. Prior to that, having served as the executive director for the Professional Development Center at St. Augustine's University and previous work at the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. She will be vital to us in terms of her experience and exposure from a career development standpoint within higher education, as well as providing opportunities for connection and leveraging her portfolio of departments, which will include residential life, career development, Project GAP, and then our men's and women's programs, Champion Scholars, as well as Sister to Sister. Mr. Eric Pointer assumed the Title IX investigator role in line with the U.S. Department of Education's guidance on at the end of the spring. We were required to have both the Title IX coordinator position and the Title IX investigator separate and apart from each other. And so Mr. Pointer has backfilled the Title IX investigator role. I don't believe that we could have found anyone more highly qualified to assume that role. And so we were blessed to have identified him as internal to the institution because of his vast background and experience related to Title IX issues, as well as behavioral threat assessment. At this point in time, I'll stop for any questions that you may have.
Yes, VC Brown, I would like to make a statement as well as a question. On the statement wise, I would like the records to show that there wasn't a student on the hiring panel for the Dean of Students. I'm sure this individual is worthy of this opportunity. I just want the records to show that as well, because normally whenever there's a hire dealing with students directly, there's a student on the panel. I remember when Provost Ward was actually doing her interview and I was in there, and I remember her saying that she will give her all for the academic excellence of this university. To hear a statement like that from her kind of gave me that, okay, this is the lady for the job. This is who I want here to represent the students in that role. I remember when VC Walton was presenting, and I turned around and looked at Chancellor Dixon and said, Chancellor Dixon, we need her. So I just want to put that on the record, and hopefully next time we could not have this misfortune and have a student on the panel whenever hiring the Dean of Students. And then my question for you is, when it comes to the disability services, is it just one person working to accommodate the students?
So just as a point of clarity, Trustee Chambers, you and I spoke about the Dean of Student search process about 2 weeks ago. We actually ran the Dean of Student search process during the time that students were away in quarantine. Candidates had to come to campus. We did identify a number of individuals who work directly with students, and I do understand what you're saying related to that. So your point has been duly made as it relates to that. As it relates to the counseling center is currently staffed by 1.5 FTE. That's one full-time staff member and then one half-time employee. that is actually in line with the capacity numbers that the actually in line with the capacity numbers that the institution, that the UNC system has helped us to develop related to the number of students who are presenting with counseling issues. And so that's where we are. We are actually expecting to expand here in the near future as we identify additional funding to ensure that we have 2 full-time counselors who might staff our counseling services.
Okay. And that's for the disability services, right?
That's, oh, I'm sorry, you were talking about disability service. Student accessibility and testing services is actually staffed up by 1 permanent employee.
Okay. I just feel like that might be a little concern, dealing that individual might, also be teaching classes and still need to accommodate students with disabilities.
So let me just kind of speak to that, Mr. Chambers. Across the UNC system, there's some benchmarking data that supports how it is that the offices and departments are staffed up. An institution 4 times as large as ours, several of them actually across the UNC system actually only have 2 staff members. Generally, during a normal term, we would have 1 full-time staff member and 1 administrative support person who would be working within that particular office. But in light of the fact that we are in this kind of differing time frame related to COVID-19 and our response, this semester we have 1 full-time staff person. There has not been a part-time staff person brought on because that part-time staff person would normally actually have the responsibility of transporting students with physical or mobility challenges to and from their courses, which we actually don't have students on our campus this semester who present with those disabilities.
All right. Any other questions for VC Gary Brown?
Trustee Brown, I would just like to make a comment if I can.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I want to commend VC Brown and his team for the work that they have really done to transform student engagement and activities across the campus. And as Provost Ward mentioned and brought out to our attention, the retention and persistent rates. A lot of that has to do with students feeling more engaged with the activities being offered on campus and their sense of belonging as being integrated into the social aspects of the campus as well as academic. And so I think all of that contributes to our increase in retention and persistence. So students are returning because they're feeling as though there's more to do here. Of course, COVID has presented some challenges, but the team over in Student Affairs have moved a lot of the activities to virtual events. And so just having things for students to do, I think really makes a difference. And the mental health piece, VC Brown mentioned that is a campus-wide initiative that we are putting at the forefront to make sure that all of our students are getting what they need and are being offered opportunities to vent, talk about how they feel, and to also get that professional guidance through this time and through this pandemic. So I just wanted to make that note and thank VC Brown and our provost for working closely together, because you don't always see academic and student affairs working closely together in an environment in higher education the way they do. And it has truly made a difference.
Thank you, Chancellor. All right, any other questions for VC Brown? If not, if there's no opposition, we will stand adjourned.
Okay, I'll now call on Chair Harold Barnes for the Committee on Operational Excellence.
Good morning, Trustee Barnes here. I'd like to call to order the Committee on Operational Excellence. Ms. Sanders, would you call the roll?
Sir. Committee on Operational Excellence, Trustees Harold Barnes.
Here.
Phyllis Bosworth.
Here.
Jimmy Chambers,
Here.
Tracy Swain,
Present.
Kenneth Wilkins. Thank you.
Well, as chairman of the committee, I want to remind everyone that we will be conducting today's meeting pursuant to the new amendments to the Open Meetings Act that apply during states of emergency. The amendments were signed into law earlier and allow for public bodies to meet via electronic means. The new law does require, however, that we take all votes via roll call, which we will do today. Additionally, pursuant to the amendment to the law, all chats, instant messages, text, and other written communication between members of the board regarding the transaction of business, of public business, during the remote meeting are deemed a public record. Finally, I will ask all committee members, board members, and participating staff to please identify yourself before participating in deliberations, including making motions, proposing amendments, and raising points of order. The State Government Ethics Act requires, as chair of the Committee on Operations and Excellence, it is my responsibility to remind all members of the board of their duty under the State Government's Ethics Act to avoid conflicts of interest and appearances of conflict of interest as required by this act. Each member has received the agenda and related information for this Board of Trustees committee meeting. If any board member know of any conflict of interest or appearance of conflict with respect to any matter coming before the Board of Trustees at this meeting, the conflict or appearance of conflict should be identified at this time. Hearing none, I would ask at this time that we have the approval of the minutes of our last board meeting.
Trustee Kenneth Wilkins make a motion to approve the minutes of the last board meeting.
Is there a second?
I, Jimmy Chambers, second.
So moved and properly second that the minutes be approved for our last board meeting. Ms. Sanders, would you call the roll for vote?
A roll call for the approval of the minutes. Trustee Barnes,
Aye.
Bosworth,
Aye.
Trustee Chambers did the second, Swain,
Aye.
and Trustee Wilkins made the motion. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. At the outset, I would simply like to say that I want to commend the Chancellor as well as Vice Chancellor Goodson in terms of how our campus looks across the board, in terms of the addition of all of the branding that has taken place. It appears that in every building that you enter now, there is a brand of the university. The colors are blue and white, and it makes the university look so much more inviting. And I'm sure that the students appreciate that at the same time. And so that's been a tremendous work done in that area. And I just want to commend you, Chancellor, as well as Vice Chancellor for the great work. And now I'll ask Vice Chancellor Goodson if we can handle the action items first and then do the update.
Sure, we can. The two action items. Can everyone see the screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
The two action items that we have a grant from the National Park Service will be utilized to renovate both the Rosenwald School and principal's house. And in order for us to move forward with that project and use those grant funds that were secured by Dr. Stuckey, we need this board's approval. The process will be to hire a firm to manage the design, obviously the design in keeping with the historical significance of the building. Then we will have to get the design approved by state construction. Then we will contract with the construction manager and begin the work. But before any of that can happen,
this board has to approve that project moving forward. Again, these are grant funds that were secured by Dr. Stuckey from the National Park Service and will revitalize 2 of our buildings here that have historical value. Any questions on that I can answer for you?
If there are no questions, I would like to say, Vice Chancellor, at some time in the future, and not today, that it would be good, maybe at the time that we reopen Rosenwald, that there be some kind of video history of what Rosenwald schools were all about and their impact on minority education in America.
I can work with Dr. Ward on that. I know we have a history department. Glenn Bowman does a lot of historical work, especially historical work on this campus. So it's something that we can coordinate with Dr. Ward's shop. No
Thank
problem.
you.
Yes, and I would just say Melissa Stuckey is a history professor, and that is part of this project.
Great, great. Are there any other questions?
Where are the properties located?
Yes.
Where are the properties located on the campus?
The principal's house is located on the, I guess I will say the Moore Hall side of campus, but really in the most northeast corner. And the Rosenwald School is actually moved. It used to be located there, but it moved in between University Towers and Viking Towers. You'll see a sort of a white building that needs some TLC. It sits in that area. And one thing that I know we were discussing, and I'm sure all of these things will be managed with the money. But one thing that I know Dr. Stuckey and our team was discussing was maybe moving that property back to its original location. Not sure why, I don't have the history of why it got moved in the first place, but to restore its historical significance, we thought it may be appropriate to move it back to its original location. Right now, there's a parking lot there. The parking lot generally is about 50% full, so there really is space to be able to put the building back. Obviously, those things are going to be managed in light of looking at budget constraints due to the construction of the project.
Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions? Can we get a motion?
Move that we move forward with the grants. What's the is this we doing one or two? We doing both of these in one motion?
It's both, yeah. So a motion to approve the Rosenwald School and Principal House renovation project.
Yeah. So I would like to make that motion, Trustee Kenneth Wilkins, to approve the Rosenwald School and Principal's House renovation project.
And second?
Trustee Tracy Swain, second.
To move and properly second, Ms. Sanders, we call the roll.
Yes, for that action item, Trustees Barnes,
Yeah, aye.
Trustee Bosworth,
Yes.
Trustee Chambers,
Aye.
Trustee Swain provided the second, and Trustee Wilkins made the motion. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Motion carried. Next item.
Okay, so next action item is a lease approval for the airport. So we have a good problem, and we have two good problems. One, our enrollment has grown so fast. Aviation school has literally probably taken over the airport at this point. They are in every single available space, including the break room meeting. I mean, that's literally how many students we have in those spaces at one time. That's a good thing. The bad thing is there's not a lot of space for them to meet. There should be more appropriate space for them to meet. We met with the airport manager, and they support an initiative to bring a trailer, which it's not going to be what you have what you're thinking about relative to an open space with a lot of desks, but it's actually going to be a modular trailer that has meeting rooms in it. That will allow for students to meet in individual spaces within this trailer. The trailer is about 1,350 square feet, and we plan on putting it right on the airport's property. I spoke to Scott Hitton, the airport director, and he acknowledged that his board was supportive of that effort. Again, this gives our students a a better place to meet instead of in the lobbies and in other places where the airport is still trying to conduct general business. The cost associated with this lease, it will be a 2-year lease. The cost to bring the trailer here, set up, including steps and all the bells and whistles, will be about $37,500 per year. Surely Provost Ward and I are available to answer any questions if you have any related to this item.
Any questions? Floor is open for a motion.
I make a motion that we approve the lease for the trailer at the airport.
Is there a second?
And I, Jimmy Chambers, second.
So moved and proper second. Sandra, please call the roll.
And for the second action item, Trustee Barnes.
Aye.
Trustee Bosworth made the motion. Trustee Chambers made the second. Trustee Swain.
Aye.
And Trustee Wilkins.
Aye.
Okay, all approved. Thank you.
Motion carried. Now we have the infrastructure update.
Okay, thank you. One of our key projects is our 800-ton chiller. The 800-ton chiller, right now, our capacity and being able to cool and heat our buildings is stretched. The 800-ton chiller will provide 800 tons more of capacity to our overall infrastructure. This ensures our buildings are maintained properly in terms of humidity, but also cooling and heating. This project is underway. The design firm is supposed to submit design documents this month, and then those design documents, as a part of the state process, will make its way to state construction for approval. Bedell Cafeteria, you all know that the pipes in Bedell Cafeteria needed to be replaced. They were corroded. As a result of that project is underway. As we begin construction, we also noticed that the gas lines in that project needed to be replaced as well. So we went ahead and did that along with the scope in the project. That puts our completion time out in terms of completion for the hot water pipes, cold water pipes, and gas lines are completed now to December 2020. Keep in mind that this group is working around operations. So the times that they are working are when Bedell is not in operation, and it is currently in operation every single day. So they're working at night, sometimes super early in the morning. Hurricane Dorian recovery bill. As you know, these are the buildings that we are trying to target for replacing the roofs, either through a complete replace or repair based on the assessment from our designers. Right now, the project is at state construction. State construction is required to negotiate the fee for the designer, given a project of this size. Trustee Barnes, I know you remember sitting on, I believe you sat on the committee to select the designer.
Yes.
What has happened so far is the designer's fees are higher than what state construction allows. And that has caused the designer and state construction to go into a certain set of negotiations. The designer has rejected 2 offers by state construction. I think they have 1 more offer to accept. And if they do not accept that offer, you go to the second group that you all chose. So I wanted to make you aware of that, because if the third offer is not accepted by the designer, it will be the second choice based on your rating sheet when you sat on that committee. So hopefully this project will move forward as soon as we can get the designer to agree to a reasonable design fee. The reason why the design fee is important is because as their design fees increase, that's less project money we have to address issues for our buildings. So we want to make sure we're getting a fair and competitive price, and state construction leads that process on their own. USDA projects, these are not university projects. This is a foundation project, but I wanted to make sure you all continue to receive updates on this project. 8.2 million structured for complete renovation. And then Hugh Callan Dole was another 843,000. If you drove campus today, you would notice that the structure for Hugh Cal and Doles are on the ground and shipped off. The only remaining part is the part that houses our IT hub, which is slated to stay. But the vast majority, the other parts of the buildings are already gone, and they are dressing the ground as of this morning when I drove by. Bias Hall is still scheduled to reopen in the February timeframe. We did experience a minor delay of a couple of days, and I'll share why later in this project. But that project is moving forward very well. Right now, they are very heavy into trades. So they have finished the demolition part, gotten the building all the way down to its foundation. They have been able to reasonably see what the issues are in that building, and now they are doing the electrical, the plumbing, mechanical work now. And this is where a lot of our trades work will involve hub contractors. So you should see our hub contractor number increase. I'll get to that in the next slide, but they are heavy in trades now. They have completed framing for the walls. They have not hung drywall because the electrical and plumbing is still underway, but that project is moving forward. We do have two Connect NC bond projects, as you are aware, Moore Hall and GR Little. 8.5 million complete renovation to Moore and 4.5 partial renovation to GR Little, which is mostly infrastructure. In terms of these projects, the library is scheduled to open in December. There was a project delay on this one that I will explain in the next slide. And then Moore Hall is still scheduled to open in spring of 2021. The two project delays that I mentioned to you, Bias Hall and GR Little, when they put in a new system and started it up, they noticed that there was a broken and damaged piping in the crawl space. Sometimes when you hook new things up to older things, you start to see issues, and that's what they saw. In order to replace the piping in the crawl space, you have to get it designed by state construction, and then you have to order the parts. Both of those take time. So it delayed the opening of the library to December 1, 2020. Bias Hall was delayed only a few days. Once they did the demo in the building, they were able to review the elevator, which was a very old elevator, and they needed to add some additional structural steel to be able to reinforce the elevator. This was required. This will be required by the inspectors. So in order to get the steel, it took just a few more days, which ended up in a project delay. I'm hoping that the contractors are giving us this project delay, but really we'll still be able to meet our timeline. But I did just want to make you all aware of that project and the delays there. Hub participation, as I mentioned, the target is 10%, but we're certainly trying to exceed that. You'll see Moore Hall, we're already at about 50% there of what we committed to pass the 10%. For the Bias Hall, that one's tracking a little behind, but it's tracking behind because, again, as I mentioned, now that demolition has completed, we are now getting heavy into trades. So this is where you get your plumbers, your electrical folks, your mechanical folks. So hopefully at the next board update, you'll see this number balloon a little bit more, and we'll track and ensure that we meet our hub participation requirements as structured. But all in all, I think we're doing a good job given where each project is so far. We already managed the approval, strategic planning update, and I think this is a big one for us. I want to introduce the newest superstar to our team. Aniel, are you on the?
Yes, hello, I'm here, everyone. Good morning, everyone.
Good. So Aniel is going to take over our design for the institution. She is going to be the director of design and construction for ECSU. She's a 16-year project architect. She has worked at American University. So she brings a wealth of experience and university experience to ECSU. She's also worked at what I like to consider DC State Construction Office, approving very large projects, approving projects that flow through DC government. So she has a wealth of experience, not only as a project manager, but also as an architect. And she's bringing that experience here to ECSU. We are very happy to have her. She's already, I've heard rumors that she's already walked through a few buildings and and has had some tough words with our contractors, which is what I like to hear. She's staying on top of them, and she's making sure that they are delivering exactly what we are supposed to receive. In terms of one of the key things that Anya will be working on is our master plan. Master plan will not only tell us what our campus infrastructure is, also begin in planning the campus for the future. And this is a project she will undertake. I'm confident that her years of experience, both working at American University and DC's, as I call, state construction office, is going to provide us with a wealth of knowledge benefit. And I'm looking forward to a dynamic plan. But this is our key goal that we will be getting underway. One of our challenges will be funding, and we'll be working with the Business and Finance Office to make sure we can kick this project off this year. Are there any questions, comments, concerns that I can answer?
Thank you very much, Vice Chancellor.
Trustee Barnes, as a part of my presentation, I know that Derek Wilkins has an update to provide to you for IT. So if at all possible, I would like to defer to him now.
Thank you. Vice Chancellor Wilkins.
Good morning. I would like to just give the trustees a brief update regarding an incident, an IT incident. On Sunday, September the 13th, our information technology team detected a service disruption, which has temporarily impacted the availability of services as it relates to some of our computer systems on our network. The service disruption could be the result of a possible cyber incident. Per university protocol, we did commence an internal investigation. Our information technology team, with the assistance of cybersecurity experts, have been methodically working to determine which systems were impacted during this incident. We are working around the clock to restore all systems as quickly as possible. Although these disruptions impacted Blackboard, which is our learning management system, we are proud to say that the provost reports from a SACS COC perspective, we've only missed a total of 2 class days. The faculty have been very creative in delivering content during this time, and they're taking advantage of media such as Zoom sessions, emailing content to their students, and even sharing files via Google Docs. We appreciate the efforts of the IT team and the resilience of our faculty, staff, and students as we work through this, restoring normal operations, and our class instruction remains our #1 priority. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Wilkins. And I know many of you may have additional questions. We've already had one briefing, and we are actually over our time. If we have something that is burning, we will have some additional discussions about this, no doubt. And so if you have a real burning question that you need to ask at this time, then you can do it now. If not, I would ask that you defer it. Any questions? Thank you so much, Dr. Wilkins. If we have no further questions, then and without objection, I will call the meeting to adjourn.
Trustee Barnes, we do have the communications and marketing update.
Michelle Ball, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning. I will be brief, and I will use my communication skills to talk fast and get through this presentation. I know we are past time, but do want to give you a few updates on communications and marketing. Forging Our Future did launch July 1st. Many of my colleagues have given updates about items in their areas of focus that are in the strategic plan, but wanted to let you know that we did launch the website. We are producing a strategic plan book. We did on July 1 launch this through social media, and we are creating a subsequent video to really delve into the strategic plan. So at the end of this month, we will be updating our first year priorities and giving a status check on where we're at to date. So the 1st of October, you can look for that and see where we're at in meeting each of the individual goals outlined for year 1 priorities. Viking Compass, if you have been to campus, and our return to campus theme is Viking Compass, we have tried to be as transparent and open in our communication around updates related to COVID-19 pandemic and the return to campus. We have issued 29 Chancellor communiques since March, the start of the pandemic. And we have also plastered the Elizabeth City State University campus with signage to really support faculty, staff, and students as they navigate the campus, to remind them of guidelines, protocols, et cetera, to continue to communicate about their health and wellness, as well as keeping them safe and following guidelines. We also have the Viking Compass website where we provide updates and information. We have launched a significant amount of information on social media, and also as a part of our effort to communicate the return to campus, we did host 3 virtual town hall meetings. So we were able to bring faculty, staff, students, and the Elizabeth City community together to talk about the return to campus and what that means for the institution. Social media, just to give you an update, all of you received the social media update in your packets, but wanted to give you an idea of where we are as of July 2020. Facebook, we've garnered over 10,000 followers. LinkedIn, almost 10,000 followers. Twitter and Instagram continue to grow. And Instagram got actually confirmed this past spring. So it's a very exciting thing. It's something that the social media channels do on their own based on followers, activity, relevance. And so the fact that we have the little check with the blue circle is very significant to the institution, as it has been confirmed and deemed official. Ms. Sanders sent a survey to each of the trustees around their use of social media and what channels that they are on. And here, for those of you responded, it shows that Facebook and Instagram are the 2 most used platforms among our trustees. And if you are not following Elizabeth City State University, but I'm going to assume all of you are, make sure that you like our pages on the channels that you are on. We do post lots of updates, news, information, announcements, et cetera, about the institution on the various channels. And also make sure that you like Chancellor Dixon's channels on Facebook, LinkedIn, and Twitter and Instagram. So she's on all those channels as well. And make sure that you follow her for things that she's doing in support of Elizabeth City State University. Marketing communications, we are working on our strategic plan. We are really focused on inspiring audiences to action by creating affinity for the university and enhancing the relevance and resonance of the brand. So it is our job and responsibility to help support academic affairs and admissions with recruitment, to increase the visibility of ECSU in our signature programs, and to increase engagement from alumni, donors, stakeholders, as well as supporting student affairs with student engagement. So we are here to partner with all the programs and divisions within the institution and make sure that we are raising awareness and telling the story. We have several goals that are a part of the official strategic plan, Forging Our Future. One is to resurrect the alumni magazine. So that is definitely a priority. With looking at, funds, obviously that's a big consideration, but we are hoping to and planning to at least launch 1 issue this year to kick off and resurrect the alumni magazine. We are looking at our internal processes and procedures so that we can build capacity of our partners to continue and support them in the work that they do. We are in the process of creating a survey that will help us evaluate our existing communication vehicles and develop new strategies so that we can communicate more effectively and efficiently. And this first year, we are going to develop a university intranet site in an effort to clean up our external website and get a lot of the internal employee related information and content off of there, move to an intranet, and then continuing to look at how do we enhance our overall external website. As all of you know, we have numerous subject matter experts throughout the institution where we are going to create an area where we can identify those faculty areas of expertise and really utilize that list to promote them to the media, to promote them to different community and professional organizations to tap into, once again, to raise awareness. And then the last one is probably a little bit on delay with COVID-19, but we are working in partnership with community development and engagement around, bringing those events to campus and how do we help identify and market those. So very quick, very fast, but if you have any questions, please, I'm willing to answer them. Thank you.
I have just one, and I noticed you talk about engaging the community. How do you define community?
So we look at community and almost kind of 3 tiers. So we look at it as our campus community. We look at it as our local Elizabeth City community and the region, almost this kind of 21 county region. But then we also look at it beyond because we have stakeholders throughout the country. So if we look at our alumni, corporate partners, that advancements continuing to grow and develop, that also would be our community. So really looking at kind of our 3-tiered within our nucleus of the campus, and then with our kind of regional community that we serve and partner with and collaborate, and then beyond through alumni and donors and other partners that want to engage with us, both, throughout the entire country.
Thank you very much. Any quick question? If not, then we will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved, Phyllis Bosworth.
Is there a second?
Second, Tracy Swain.
Tracy Swain. All right. Ms. Sanders, want to call the roll?
Okay, for the adjournment of the Committee on Operational Excellence, Trustees Barnes.
Aye.
Trustee Bosworth.
Aye.
Trustee Chambers.
Aye.
Trustee Swain.
Aye.
And Trustee Wilkins. You are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Bunch, are we?
Yes, I just have a question for you. In our first committee meeting, we did not do a roll call vote. Do we need to go back and do that, or are we okay? On the Professor Emeritus?
I thought we did do a roll call.
For the committee.
Uh-huh.
We did.
Okay, all right. Okay, if then I'd like to call on Chair Andy Culpepper for the Committee on Finance, Audit, and University Advancement.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We're called by asking Ms. Sanders to do the roll call for the Committee on Finance, Audit, and University Advancement.
Sure. Roll call, Trustee Andy Culpepper.
Here.
Trustee
Here.
Kim Brown.
Here.
Trustee Lynn Bunch.
Present.
Trustee Chris Evans. Trustee Chris Evans. She was on. And Trustee Kenneth Wilkins.
Here.
Okay, you do have a quorum. Trustee Culpepper.
As chairman of the committee, I need to read the following. I want to remind everyone that we will be conducting today's meeting pursuant to the new amendments to the Open Meeting Act that apply during states of emergency. The amendments were signed into law earlier this month and allow for public bodies to meet via electronic means. The new law does require, however, that we take all votes by roll call, which we will do today. Additionally, pursuant to the amendments to the law, all chats, instant messages, text, or other written communications between members of the board regarding the transactions of the public business during the remote meetings are deemed a public record. Finally, I will ask all committee members, board members, and participating staff to please identify yourselves before participating in deliberations, including making motions, proposing amendments, and raising points of order. The state, as chair of this committee on finance, audit, and university advancement, it is my responsibility to remind all members of the board of their duty on the State Government Ethics Act to avoid conflicts of interest and appearances of conflict of interest as required by this act. Each member has received the agenda and related information for this Board of Trustees committee meetings. If any board member knows of any conflict of interest or appearance of conflict with respect to any matters coming before Board of Trustees, this meeting, the conflicts or appearance of conflict should be identified at this time. Okay, I assume we don't. I will now ask, has anybody read the minutes of last meeting? And if so, do we have a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held in June?
So moved.
Second,
Is there a second?
second, Kim Brown.
We need to have a roll call on the vote. If
For the
Ms. Sanders
minutes?
would,
Yes,
For the
yes,
minute.
for the minutes.
yes,
Trustee Culpepper,
yes,
trustee Kim Brown made the,
Yes.
trustee Lynn Bunch, trustee Lynn Bunch.
Yes.
Thank you. I don't know if trustee Evans has joined. She was on. Okay. And trustee Kenneth Wilkins.
Ms. Sanders, looks like trustee Evans is on, but her
She's
mic
joining.
is not on. And I think,
Okay.
Derek, you're gonna have to admit her again.
Yeah, I just
Yeah, I've
muted
actually
her.
muted. She indicated that she was having some difficulties.
She's rejoining at this time.
Aye.
Did I hear trustee Kenneth Wilkins for the minutes?
Yes.
Thank you.
minutes having been approved. We have some action items. Approval of the annual audit plan, approval of the 900.31.2 naming university facilities and units policy, but I'm not sure who's doing that. I assume Alan might be doing that.
We have, it should be Ms. Sharnita will be presenting the annual audit plan for your approval.
Okay, and then we can do the audit update later. Okay,
So we're now ready for the annual audit plan.
Ms. Parker.
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. I present to you today the annual audit plan for your approval. I'm trying to share it right now.
Okay, have you, the annual audit plan has already been sent to us earlier, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. Okay, so
Okay.
the audit plan consists of 6 categories to include operational, compliance, information technology, special reviews, follow-ups, and special projects. Even though the plan has been established, we have the flexibility to change it as the need arises. Additionally, any hotline investigations or special reviews takes precedence over any current audits in progress. Are there any questions about the audit plan?
Is there a motion to approve the annual audit plan?
Lynn Bunch, move to approve.
Kim
Is
Brown,
there
I
a second?
second. Kim Brown, second.
All right, we need to have a vote.
Yes,
Ms. Sanders, would you
I am
do
ready.
that vote?
Yes, for the approval of the audit plan. Trustee Pepper,
Yes.
Trustee Brown provided the second. Trustee Bunch provided the motion. Trustee Evans? Trustee Wilkins?
Yes.
Thank you. All right.
Annual audit plan has been approved. We've got approval of, I lost it on my screen.
So we're ready now for the naming.
900.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And that will be
Naming
Vice
university facilities and units.
And we're ready for Vice Chancellor Walton. She will share that information.
Good morning, everyone. You received the naming policy in your packet. It's the naming university facilities and units policy 900.3.1.2. The goal was to review, update the policy to ensure it meets the current needs of the university and aligns with best practice. So I'll go over the changes in the policy. We benchmarked against 5 UNC system institutions. So there are about 7 large changes. And the first one is under responsibilities and procedures for naming facilities and units. There's a removal of reference to the board ad hoc committees. And the Chancellor's Advisory Committee on Naming is tasked with providing leadership, in-depth review of all recommendations and providing info for the board review. And so basically this ad hoc, having an ad hoc committee to review again would be both timely and an ineffective use of board time if the advisory board is composed of a cross-section of individuals with whom the board should trust. Number 2, throughout the document, change in institutional advancement to university advancement, and this just reflects the current name of the division. Under Chancellor's responsibilities, change from university relations and marketing to the Office of Communications and Marketing, and this reflects the current name of the unit. Under membership, a change to the term, length, and limit of the chair of the Chancellor's Advisory Committee. It will be changed to 2 years, renewable once, not to exceed 4 years. Under purpose, propriety, and due diligence. And basically in this section, we'll shorten number 1, and it's a policy of the university that facilities and units may be named for individuals and organizations in consideration of financial contributions made to the university. And number 2, that number is changed to basically change to read that no facility shall be named for an individual who is related or tied to the university or the concern with its function or control of the university, so long as that relationship exists. As long as that relationship exists, the building or facility can't be named. Moreover, for consideration, naming solely for service shall be undertaken by a committee, cannot be undertaken by a committee until 1, the person has been deceased for at least a year, or the individual has retired, resigned, or otherwise separated themselves from the university for at least a year. Now, there is one way that there can be an exception. The Board of Trustees may make an exception to this rule in unusually meritorious or extraordinary circumstances. Under naming facilities, we are changing the amount paid for a project that is being built or renovated. The amount that would be paid for that, if you were making a gift, is going to change from 1/10 of the gift to 1/3 of the gift would need to be paid for naming. And if the building is already in existence and there are no renovations that need to be made, the amount of the gift that would need to be paid is 3/4. And then the final change is under duration and modification of naming. If there is a need for revocation of a naming, the Board of Trustees can they can make that change. And so, Mr. Chairman, those are all the changes and the recommendations for the naming policy.
Any questions? Are all these changes to sort of update us to the other schools in the universities?
Yes, sir. I'm happy to name the universities if you'd like me to. And many of the sections of the policy are in alignment, and the changes that have been made are either because of the needs of our institution or to align us with other institutions.
Chairperson Culpepper, I need to ask a question.
Sure.
General question. With the naming of these facilities, buildings, prices, do you think we will be overpricing these buildings due to our location? I know that you just stated that you did some comparison with other universities, but we really don't have a university in our area to really compare the value of a building with. So what do you think we'll be overpricing, getting corporate people to buy into maybe the stadium, different things by the prices that you all recommended?
Mr. Chairman, may I answer Trustee Wilkins' question?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Trustee Wilkins, this policy does not address any amount for a gift for naming. This policy addresses what must happen in order for a name to be considered. So, for example, in order for a name to be considered for new construction, in the past, the donor had to give at least 1/3 of the gift. This policy is saying that the donor now had to give 1/10 of the gift. This policy is now saying the donor has to have given at least 1/3 of the gift. So it's not an amount. That is something that will still need to be determined based on what is being named.
Okay, so when would that be determined? Will there be a committee on putting the amounts of what the cost of each building, or is at the time of a building being available to be named?
That consideration would take place with the committee that the Chancellor's Advisory Committee, which is made up of folks within the university and the Chancellor's naming, which is outlined in the policy. So that would take place with each naming opportunity.
Okay.
Just had to dig a little bit deeper there, Trustee, than you thought you were.
Yes,
Plus,
sir.
you can't die before you get it. You got to go there 3/4 to get the currently while you're living. So just dig a little deeper. Is there a motion to approve the change?
I make the motion to approve the change.
Is there a second? I second it if I can. All in favor, we're gonna have a roll call vote. Ms. Gwen, can you help us with the roll call?
Can I
Yes.
say something before we get to the vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Trustee Tracy Swain and I went over this policy and also have met with Vice Chancellor Walton. And Trustee Wilkins, one of the things we did talk about at length was requiring basically 1/3 of the price of a new building in order to name the building. But we also talked about the other opportunities that are available when you construct a new building, that there are lots of spaces that can be named. And one of the things you mentioned was about the larger institutions, and the larger institutions actually require much more than 1/3 of the cost of the building. So, and Trustee Swain, jump in anytime you feel like it. We thought that 1/3 was reasonable for our institution.
Thank you, Trustee Bunch. Any further questions or comments?
I don't have a question, Chair Culpepper, but I do have an additional comment. I just sat on a committee at Chesapeake Regional Medical Center that determined our naming rights. And one of the things we added that I would just say we should consider is duration of naming rights. The day is gone when somebody names something and it's that perpetually now. So what we did at the hospital is you have the right to name a building based upon construction, as Trustee Bunch said, and it's for 15 years. And at the end of the 15 years, you have first right of refusal to give again to maintain the naming rights on the facility.
Trustee Brown, we did discuss that in depth, and that's a tough one because in educational institutions, many times the name goes on the building as long as the building exists. However, we do have an out from that if we were to spend a large amount of money for, say, to repurpose a building, that the board has the right to remove that name and resell that building, basically.
Any other questions or comments? If not, are we ready to vote?
Are we ready for the roll?
No more comments? I'll ask Ms. Sanders to go ahead and call the roll.
Okay, the roll call vote for the naming policy. Trustee Culpepper,
Second.
Trustee Kim Brown,
Yes, aye.
Trustee Lynn Bunch,
Yes.
Trustee Chris Evans, Trustee Kenneth Wilkins.
I made a motion.
Thank you. Yes, you did. Thank you.
New policy passes.
Thank you.
I call on the Vice Chancellor of Finance to give her report. There she is. There's her slide. I assume she's up there. Lisa, you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can now.
Thank you. So good morning. I just want to give you an overview of what we'll be discussing. I will go over fiscal year 20, how Elizabeth City ended, give you a brief what's going on with fiscal year 21, and as well as outlook for fiscal year 22, and then we'll conclude with strategic goal and how that looks for business and finance. If you look for fiscal year 20, which ended in June 30th, of course, we ended what our total budget was a little bit of $4 million. We ended well. We balanced out our budget without going into our trust funds, which was a great thing. We actually got additional COVID-19 money that we was able to spend by June 30th. And you should also have a detailed breakdown, including your materials. Projected shortfall, of course, was a combination of not filling, vital positions, a reduction in operation and spending because of COVID, because it happened in March. That actually helped us with our budget for fiscal year 20. Fiscal year 20 auxiliary and trust funds was actually way better than fiscal year 19. We ended with unrestricted of $2.7 million in unrestricted, and that means there is no restrictions on, which includes like housing, dining, bookstore, different things like that. So in the past, they normally don't have any fund balance, but this year, this was the first year in probably 3 years that they actually have unrestricted cash on hand. Fiscal year current fiscal year, what we're in 21, I just want to give you an update of some funding that came in, how we looking with enrollment. You heard that we're up. Fiscal year 20, we actually getting $1 million in enrollment growth funds. This was actually due to the reclassification of aviation and the growth. So that is a great thing. We also get an additional $624,000 in North Carolina Promise Funds. And that is actually for fiscal year kind of 20 and 21. Since we didn't have a state budget, of course, we didn't get any revenue in fiscal year 20. So this 624 combines 2 years. Another good thing that we have is the $1.4 million in HBCU money that we still have. If you recall, in fiscal year 20, we was awarded $2.8 million, and we had only spent a little bit of that. So we still have a cushion sitting that could be used for institutional use. We also, of course, like I said, in state aid, the state gave us $772,000 last year for COVID-19 money. We only got $200,000 in fiscal year 20, and we actually received the $572 in fiscal year 21. Another good thing with this is we just actually got awarded, it's down there, new COVID relief money that's coming in. Of $13 million was given to the UNC system, we are actually getting another $408,000, which I know facilities will be happy with that because we actually overspent our 772 allocation already. So we're getting an additional $408,000. The $6 million for this GEAR funds, which is the governor emergency relief, is actually for student retention. They haven't told us the guidelines, but we have not got our allocation of what this money is going to look like. But $6 million is divided amongst all 17 campuses, including science and math. So once we get that, Provost, I'm sure she'll be happy to award that to our students. Just to give you an update, of course, with enrollment growth, we did have an increase in tuition receipts because of enrollment growth. One thing with the 80% occupancy of housing, as well as online, the 41% of fee online students reduced our fees a little bit. And this is just to cover some like what the athletic discussion you had. Just to give you an overview, good thing we did was we budgeted our auxiliary and our fee revenues at 50% this year. So on July 1, we only gave the campus 50% of their budget. And that is a good tool just to manage how they spend, because of course we still in a kind of reduced operation. So the cost of spending should not be as high. So like with athletics, they normally, basketball receipts, I think only take in $6,500 over a year when there is no COVID-19. So one good thing about basketball, they can save on travel, they can reduce by cutting operational costs because of course they're not at full capacity right now. So there should be some cost savings. There possibly be some cost savings in scholarships because of some students are online only. So of course they might not be awarded the same thing. Another thing with football only takes in $50,000 in receipts. This does not include Down East, which was receipts that we did lose. But as I said, just like basketball, there are opportunities to cut, to reduce costs, to recoup those losses that we are experiencing. So we did budget them at 50%, and we're monitoring budget as the year goes, and we'll see how we progress as January comes spring. Just to give you an outlook of fiscal year 22, state revenue shortfall was actually less than projected. It was originally projected at 1.6 billion, but they ended with 1.1. Why is that really good? That's still really good because North Carolina has a good reserve, and that is one great thing about North Carolina. But still, they are actually hoping that we get this. OSBM is hoping that we get a second round of federal funding, and the reason why they are hoping that because this will control if the universities take a management flexibility cut in this year or next year. So that is where we are with fiscal year 22. Tuition and fees, we actually just got the guidance for tuition and fees for fiscal year 22. The Board of Governors pretty much said there will be no increase to undergrad in-state residents, but undergrad out-of-state, there could be potential increase as well as a health service fee. So that was some good things that they got a small appetite for increases. So that guidance did come. So you guys should be, everyone should be seeing that guidance coming soon, or probably a vote in December sometime. The strategic goal for business and finance is, of course, 5.1-1 One, ensure the university budgeting process prioritize resources according to the strategic plan. We actually started this in April. One thing that Elizabeth City needed was to know how much stuff costs here. And that's what we actually have been trying to build. We have tried to put expenses where they belong, because you have to understand every university as a whole, but we still need to know how much the units cost. And that's one thing that we are truly working on. The director of budgeting team is really grasping that and trying to maintain, and we will actually be trying to build a 5-year program budgeting process for the university. And this is also aligning with UNC initiative that just came out for budgeting. They want to see a full budget by fiscal year 22. So we will be working also with UNC system to create, make sure we have a budget plan that's in accordance with them, as well as align with our strategic plan. And with that, if anyone has any questions, I will answer.
Any questions? Congratulations on meeting that strategic goal priority by budgeting.
As we know, budgeting is key to every company's success, even with the university.
Any questions? If not, we'll turn it over to Ms. Parker for the audit letter. Ms. Parker?
Okay, there were 3 reports completed this quarter, but only 1 report was released. My update will consist of the release report. This report is an allegation of an administrator utilizing items from ECSU's laboratory school for their own personal childcare business. We were unable to substantiate the allegation, but this does raise a question as to a conflict of interest, given the fact that an outside childcare facility is competition for ECSU's laboratory school. Are there any questions about this report?
Has everybody read that letter?
Yeah, we read it. I read it.
I read it.
I
Yes.
had questions about the administration's response that I think requires us to go into private session. Can I have a motion to do that? I had to have this.
We can manage that during governance. I'm assuming your issue is related to a personnel matter, so we can do that during governance, Trustee Culpepper. When we get to our governance committee and we have our session, we can manage it then.
During the government?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. We'll delay that till that particular part of the governance committee. And we'll turn next to our advancement committee with advancement.
Vice Chancellor Walton.
Thank you. Okay.
Hopefully I'm sharing.
I'm sorry. Vice Chancellor Walton, go ahead.
All right. And hopefully I'm sharing my screen, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was testing. I was looking all over my screen. I got you now.
Okay, very good. All right, so I'll move through our report. We've already taken care of the action item, but today we'll also talk about where we ended for FY20, where we're going with FY21 goals and metrics, an update on the strategic plan. I'd like to introduce some of our new foundation board members and new hires. Here you can see our comparison year over year for the total dollars raised for FY20. We exceeded our goal by over 50%, and we attribute this goal to a growth in corporate and foundation gifts. What you see here reflects all charitable contributions to the institution. Further, this is a year-over-year comparison by constituents. And as you will see, I'll bring your attention to the alumni bar. We had fewer alumni who gave to the institution in 2020, in FY20. And if you look at other individuals, that bar increased. You may be asking, who are other individuals? Other individuals is everyone who is not an alumnus who made a contribution. So that would be faculty, staff, parents, friends, etc. Again, you'll see more corporate gifts, more foundation gifts, but you'll see that there was a dip in organizations. Organizations usually will include churches, and we believe that there was a dip in that area because we tend to do a lot of church visits in the spring, and COVID-19 kept that from happening. Again, this is a comparison year over year of constituents by the dollar amount. Interestingly enough, although the number of alumni who gave to the institution was down, the number of alumni who gave to the institution over 19 was up significantly, or fairly, a fairly large amount. Same thing with individuals and corporations, foundations, and other organizations. So while the number of donors across the board seemed to be slightly down, the number of dollars that individuals gave in FY20 was up. And this is a total donor year over year comparison. Again, you'll see in FY19, more donors, FY20, fewer donors, more dollars. And again, as I mentioned earlier, we attribute the growth to corporate gifts. So FY21, where are we going with our goals and metrics? The goal that we're recommending for FY21 is 1.4 million. And I am going to share more details about why that goal is recommended and how we arrived at that number at another slide in the presentation. One of the things that we're going to target with metrics is trying to increase the number of alumni donors. We'd like to have our number of alumni donors be 1,071. This will help us maintain our alumni participation rate at 6.7. The current participation rate is 6.7% as well. If you're wondering how can it be that 855 yielded a 6.7 participation rate and 1,071 will also yield a 6.7 participation rate, it's because we were able to clean our database when we converted from Banner Advance to Razor's Edge. The UNC system provided us with database cleaning when we made the conversion. We also added some previous graduating classes. So our numbers rose. So that means that our alumni participation rose as well. We want to decrease donor fatigue. So we often hear alumni saying, you're always asking. It seems like you're always asking. It seems like you're always asking. And that may be so because it seems that perhaps we've been asking everyone when we probably need to slice the pie a little bit differently. So hopefully, or what our plan is in soliciting this year is to segment our donor base and ask more strategically. So we may make multiple asks, but we won't ask everyone at the same time. And we won't ask everyone the same way. So hopefully this will help reduce donor fatigue. And then finally, we are looking to adopt a philosophy of investing. So you've heard a lot of great things in Provost Ward report of all the things that are happening. And what we want to do is share more about our success and how the gifts that we've received will ensure our continued success. We talk about growth and retention and persistence and things that are coming to campus like community connection, mentor programs, etc. Our new partnerships. So we want to really talk about cultural philanthropy and investing in ECSU. And in the upper right corner, you'll see what we've adopted for our annual giving, Vikings Forward, because we really believe that Vikings are moving forward. So back to our fundraising goal of 1.4 million. The rationale, we looked at a 3-year average, 18, 19, and 20. And the 3-year average is 1.42. And so some might say, well, if we're at 6.9, why aren't we moving higher than that? And we want to take into account a couple things. One, this is about $300,000 less than last year. And we received about $600,000 in non-renewable corporate gifts. Now, we're working diligently in the corporate space, and you'll hear a little bit more about that as well. And we're working with many of you and your circles of influences, and we thank you so much for that, and we'll continue to do that. But there are some other factors. One, much of our fundraising efforts have been face-to-face, and we are unable to do that. And we are going to have to work more in the digital space, and that's something that we don't have a lot of sophistication in, and that's something that we're going to have to develop. So our donor cultivation and new prospects, we're going to have to go to virtual efforts and virtual channels. And so that is a new territory for us. It's uncharted. And so we want to take that into account. We also want to take into account the impact of COVID-19 on the economy and traditional fundraising efforts. All of our visits with donors at this point are virtual. And so that is very different for us. There's still an expectation that the virtual visit count will still be the same. Donors, we will make appointments with donors. They just won't be face-to-face. We believe this goal is realistic, and every staff member, with the exception of advancement services staff, have been given metrics and monetary goals that they are expected to meet this year. So where are we now? Since you received your report, we've actually grown a little bit. And so the numbers are slightly higher. And what you don't see up here, because we have money, but it has not been added, is $150,000 in gifts that have come in, 2 significant gifts. And we are about to launch our first campaign of the year, 1891 Strong. And the goal for this campaign is to raise support from 1,891 donors. For this campaign, we are focusing on donor participation and not a dollar amount. The campaign will run approximately a month. October 24th would have been homecoming, and that's when we're planning to end the campaign. The official social media hashtag is 1891 Strong. And contributions, while we are directing them for athletics, marching band, and scholarships, we hope that everyone can get behind it by choosing an area of their choice. We just want everyone to participate. So quickly to go over our strategic plan, I've chosen a few select items in the plan. For us, a number of our items, we have to provide a baseline. So in the working with students and alumni in the career and professional development area, we're partnering with our career services professionals and student affairs to create programming there. The reviewing and revising of fundraising solicitations. We have created a solicitation plan for the entire year. And we have met with some of our campus partners to begin to plug dates in for them and how we'll work with them. We are setting a baseline and tracking for communication and touches because we've not had a lot of communication outside of solicitations. And then reviewing and assessing our advancement staff and infrastructure. There have been some staff changes. We have some new hires, set individual goals and metrics that can be tracked in our new system in Razor's Edge, And we are having ongoing training, not only for staff, but also for our board members. In addition, creating and implementing a fundraising plan, we are establishing, again, baseline for the various types of gifts, creating solicitations beyond email and traditional mailings. What I didn't share about the 1891 Strong campaign, we actually have mailed postcards or mailing postcards to 2,244 individuals. And we have chosen to mail to the classes of 1960 to 2000. So we've segmented that mailing. And because we are a small team, we are working to create templates for fundraising collaborations with campus partners. So as we meet with different divisions and departments, we'll be able to say, we need a photo for this, we need a text count for this, and we need X for this. So it'll be very easy to kind of drop things in. We won't have to pay a designer every time we want to create a solicitation. We are, again, setting metrics to host programs monthly when we do education. And although we are not having face-to-face events and large-scale events, we are continuing to work with community and other organizations and corporations to continue to solicit funds for our campus programs for spring FY21 and FY22. We have established that it costs us about $220,000 in sponsorship if we were to host all of the programs that we would typically do in a year. And then finally, increasing our corporate internships with local community in the region. And again, collaborating with campus partnerships. All right, so almost done. The Chancellor's appointees for our foundation board. Very excited to bring on some new individuals. First, Ms. Bernadine Cobb. You can see there she's a Senior Vice President for State Employees Credit Union. But Ms. Cobb also serves on the Habitat for Humanity Board, and also Interfaith Council for Social Services Board. And to her credit, she has submitted a $2 million grant to the State Employees Credit Union Foundation for the Interfaith Council at the State Employees Credit Union Community House. So we know that she can bring in dollars. Mrs. Lydia Daniel with the NC Senate and the North Carolina General Assembly staff. Ms. Daniel has a unique lens. She's the proud parent of an ECSU alumna. Her daughter graduated from our aviation program last spring. She's an educator and has spent time researching various policy issues and helping constituents from the 44th District. Mr. Jermaine McKinley, and you can see that he is a Senior Finance Director there. And Mr. McKinley has had an impressive financial background before joining Oracle very early in his career. Mr. McKinley served at corporations like General Electric and Dell Computers, earning multiple certifications from both organizations. And he continued on to serve at Covance as the Director of Financial Planning, managing annual revenues of over $650 million. And he also served as Vice President of Pantheon and has served as a Senior Auditor. So he'll be great in helping us with our foundation board. The ECSU Foundation Board of Directors also elected 3 new members. Ms. Chantel Cherry Lassiter owns her own firm, and Ms. Cherry Lassiter is an alumna of ECSU, class of '99. She got her JD from NCCU. And so prior to starting her own firm, she was a staff attorney at Southern Coalition for Social Justice. And she also works with the Guardian ad litem via the North Carolina Judicial Branch. Mr. Lewis, also an ECSU alumnus, is class of 2010. Mr. Lewis is responsible for both the retiree and active payroll operations, totaling over $350 million. He He's also served at Xerox and Northwestern Mutual. Mr. Lewis is a leader in his fraternity and is responsible for leading the Social Action Committee. And then finally, Dr. Tracy Tully, you can see there that he works with Wells Fargo and Company. Dr. Tully is also a former professor at North Carolina A&T and was named as a top 50 innovator by the University of South Alabama College of Education in 2017. So he does have a higher ed background, knows his way around the academy. So we're looking forward to working with all of these individuals. And finally, our new hires. First of all, we're excited to bring on Mr. Christopher Bell. Christopher is serving as an interim advancement officer for corporate and foundation relations. This is a space that we know we need to continue to grow in. Chris brings more than 10 years of experience in corporate development, serving as a regional and national, serving in both regional and national roles for FFA, formerly known as Future Farmers of America, and his accomplishments include receiving or securing the first international gift for FFA. He's also served in similar roles for Campbell University, and he's also a graduate of Campbell. Ms. Rihanna Jimenez is the interim advancement associate. Rihanna's previous experiences include serving as membership director of the YMCA and deputy regional program manager for the Marine Corps Pacific while living in Okinawa, Japan. She has also founded her own nonprofit. So she's proficient in administrative matters and has managed a $1.1 million budget. She's strong written and oral communication skills, and she'll help us in the advancement services area as well as stewardship. She has a BA in interdisciplinary studies, and she's also pursuing a master's in public health. And then finally, Ms. Danielle Lee, who's serving as interim senior director of advancement services. Ms. Lee brings more than 16 years of experience in advancement services, including direct experience in gift accounting, gift services, client relationship management, records management. And as a former director of advancement services, she had direct responsibility for gift administration, tax policies, regulations, gift process, biographical maintenance, data extraction and reporting, production services, prospect research, stewardship, and scholarship programs. Ms. Lee has a BS in business and an MBA. So that concludes my introduction of new hires. And if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right, are there any questions or comments? Very good. And is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
There's a second. I'm going to declare the committee meeting adjourned without a second.
I second.
All right. Woke somebody up. Okay. Is there roll call for the adjournment?
Okay, so a trustee Culpepper, Brown.
Yes.
Yes, he did. Bunch, who made the motion? Evans. And Wilkins, who made the second. Okay, we're now adjourned.
Okay, now call on Chair Paul Tyne for the Committee on Regional Development.
Thank you. I'd like to call to order the Committee on Regional Development. Mrs. Sanders, if you please read the roll call.
Certainly. Committee on Regional Development. Trustees Paul Tyne.
Yep.
Harold Barnes. Harold Barnes.
Present.
Phyllis Bosworth,
Present.
Kim Brown,
Present.
Lynn Bunch,
Present.
and Andy Culpepper.
Present.
Okay, you have a quorum, sir.
Thank you very much. As Chair of the Committee on Regional Development, I want to remind everyone that we will be conducting today's meeting pursuant to the new amendments to the Open Meetings Act that applied during states of emergency. The amendments were signed into law earlier and allow for public bodies to meet via electronic means. The new law does require, however, that we take all votes via roll call, which we will do today. Additionally, pursuant to the amendments to the law, all chats, instant messages, texts, or other written communications between members of the board regarding the transaction of the public business during the remote meeting are deemed public record. Finally, I will ask all committee members, board members, and participating staff to please identify yourself before participating in deliberations, including making motions, proposing amendments, and raising points of order. As chair of the Committee on Regional Development, it is my responsibility to remind all members of the board of their duty under the State Government Ethics Act to avoid conflicts of interest and appearances of conflict of interest as required by this act. Each member has received the agenda and related information for this Board of Trustees committee meeting. If any board member knows of any conflict of interest or appearance of conflict with respect to any matter coming before the Board of Trustees at this meeting, the conflict or appearance of conflict should be identified at this time. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and ask for the approval of the minutes.
Lynn
So
Bunch,
moved.
move to approve.
Trustee Barnes, second.
Trustee Barnes, second.
Okay.
Ms. Sanders, if you read the roll call, please.
Roll call for the minutes, certainly. Trustee Paul Tyne,
Yes.
Trustee Barnes provided the second. Trustee Bosworth,
Yes.
Trustee Brown,
Yes.
Trustee Bunch, I believe, provided the motion, and Trustee Culpepper.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I'd like to call on Dr. Wilkins for the informational presentation.
Good morning, everyone. Let me pull up the presentation.
Good morning.
Acknowledge if you see the screen.
Yes.
Yes.
I would like to share with the board the update from the Regional Development Committee. First, I would like to start by sharing with the board that Carson Ridge has assumed the responsibilities of community engagement that were previously assigned to Russ Haddad. Carson was previously serving as the Special Assistant to the Chancellor for Government Relations. He will now serve as Special Assistant to the Chancellor for External Affairs, which will include his government relations responsibilities, along with serving as the liaison for community and economic engagement. So we're excited. Carson has already demonstrated his worth to ECSU, and we're excited to have him serving as the liaison for our community and economic engagement. I'd like to also share with you the update from the Small Business and Technology Development Center. They have a tremendous impact in our region, and so we want to keep before you the impact that they are making. In the September meeting, in the June meeting, we shared with you some numbers that were more framed by the COVID incident. However, going forward, we would like to just share with you their overall numbers. So therefore, you will see before you the numbers for this particular quarter from June 1st through August the 31st. And we see here that they've served 99 businesses, 374 counseling hours with a capital formation of $4 million. And this effort has led to the creation or the retaining of 242 jobs. When we look at their year-to-date impact, they have had, as you see, 204 unique businesses that they've served for a total of 1,559 hours, and with a capital formation of $10 million. And so we commend them. Michael Twitty has retired since our last meeting, and so the provost is in the process of hiring a director, but I believe Matthew Burney is presently serving as the interim director until the position is filled. An update on our strategic initiatives. The primary initiative that we have slated to complete in the 2021 year is to create and utilize a board of visitors. And so I'm pleased to share with you that we will be on target for that. Just a little history or backdrop on the Board of Visitors. Our Board of Visitors started, it has started and then it stopped. It started back in the Burnham administration. It was more of a general campus-wide sort of Board of Visitors. And then during the Gilchrist administration, it became a Board of Visitors for the School of Business and Economics. It fizzled out around or became inactive somewhere around the 2011 year during the Gilchrist administration. So it's been inactive for about 9 years. So we're in the process for this year of reactivating the Board of Visitors. We are reviewing bylaws so that they can be revised to ensure that we have a strong set of bylaws to have a very effective Board of Visitors. As we do that, we plan to come back and hopefully be in a position where we might be able to appoint the board in January, but we want to work through the logistics of bylaws and other internal logistics that will have us ready to activate the board hopefully in January. The other strategic initiatives that I want to mention, because we have several, but these are just the ones we want to highlight today. 6.3.2, identify and market 5 annual events to bring the community to the university. We've already defined Trustee Barnes community, and even when we look into the local community, you still can look at, okay, what is community? Community is a very all-encompassing term, but we want to make certain that we are addressing and being inviting to the total community. Of course, COVID is going to impact how we bring to campus, but the good thing for this particular initiative, we have 5 years to accomplish this initiative. So maybe during the COVID period is when we can have the masses walking back through our campus. But one of the things that we want to do this year, because it is within our reach, as we have discussed with Chair Tyne and I have discussed, we want to look at convening our committee, the committee here, to convene to discuss the potential economic development partnerships that we have in the region. We believe we can have this conversation. We can look at the appropriate time convening those who are working in the area throughout the region as it relates to economic development. And we just want to explore how we might partner. I think it would be strategic for ECSU to be the thought leader in this effort. And so we will share more with you after the committee convenes. So by the December meeting, we will have an update in this regard. And then the final one, which I will discuss on the next slide, is to encourage each member of the Chancellor's Executive Cabinet to serve on local, regional, or state boards. I will say that every employee at ECSU is encouraged to serve on boards. As we talked about the list of expertise that we have on our campus, Of course, expertise and leadership goes far beyond the chancellor's executive cabinet, but it was strategic for us to say that we want to ensure that the executive leadership team is serving appropriately and in a representative fashion on strategic boards. We're glad to report that as of now, we are already, our faces and our service is out. You see some of the boards that the executive team are serving on. And so we're looking to get on even more boards to be strategic. We will ask the trustees if you have connections and if you have a way to get us on even more boards that would be strategic for ECSU. We do invite that conversation so we can make those connections. But the members of the Chancellor's executive team, they are excited. As you see, we are already serving, but we're longing to be at the table at the right time. This concludes my report, Trustee Tyne. I will entertain any questions you might have.
Thank you, Dr. Wilkins. Our fearless leader, our chairwoman, has been listening in, and she sent me a question to ask you, which is would you clarify what the duties, roles, responsibilities of the Board of Visitors will be, particularly in relation to the Board of Trustees?
Yes. Okay, we are, again, reviewing the bylaws, so they will come back before you. But the advisory committee, this is going to be an advisory committee. The board in the past has played a role in terms of the chancellor makes the recommendations for the committee members, the board members, and they go before the Board of Trustees for approval. We will have an opportunity for the board to also serve in a capacity to help make recommendations for these considerations to the board, but the nominations will come forth to the board by the chancellor. And as we look at the purpose of the Board of Visitors as it relates to the Board of Trustees, the board sort of is designed to assist the chancellor and the Board of Trustees in articulating the mission of ECSU and its programs and objectives to the members of the university community, be it state, local, and nationally. So the board would have an opportunity to be a part of the conversation as we look at the things that we're asking the Board of Visitors to assist us with, the areas of focus. That would be done in collaboration with the Board of Trustees. And the chancellor will share, those strategic directions and as we go forward.
Dr. Wilkins.
Yes.
Did we have, I know we and I guess 5-10 years ago, we had a Board of Visitors. Did we have previous bylaws? Are these all new set of bylaws? What, did we have bylaws previous to this?
Yes, Trustee Wilkins, we did have previous bylaws. So when we say that the bylaws are under review, we're looking at what we have, but we're also looking at bylaws from other institutions that might have effective Board of Visitors, because we want to make certain, starting with our bylaws, that the bylaws will give us the foundation to have a very active and effective Board of Visitors.
Right. I think that's a great area to go in. Board of Visitors has a great impact in the region.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any further questions? All right, seeing none, without objection, we will adjourn the meeting for the Committee on Regional Development.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Tyne. Jan is teaching her grandchildren. She didn't feel like she could chair the committees on university government, so I will do that as well. I'd like to call the meeting to order, and Ms. Sanders, if you would do the roll call.
Sure. Committee on University Governance, Trustees Jan King Robinson, Lynn Bunch.
Present.
Yes.
Present.
Stephanie Johnson. I have you. Harold Barnes,
Present.
Kim Brown,
Present.
Andy Culpepper. Is Trustee Culpepper still with us? And Trustee Paul Time.
Present.
I'm here. I have my mic off.
Okay, thank you. I have you.
Okay, now do I have a motion to approve the minutes of our June 1st, 2020 meeting?
So moved, Trustee Barnes.
Second, Trustee Johnson.
Okay. Roll call for the minutes. Trustee Robinson,
Present.
for the approval of the minutes. Thank you. Trustee Bunch,
Yes.
Trustee Johnson provided the second.
Yes.
Trustee Barnes provided the motion. Trustee Brown,
Yes.
Trustee Culpepper,
Yes.
and Trustee Time.
Yes.
Thank you. Completed.
Okay, before we get to our next item on the agenda, Gwen, I sent you a note. I hadn't heard back from you, so I'm going to do it anyway. At this time, I'd like to call on the Elections Committee so we can have the approval of our officers for next year. I see I'm getting a look from Gwen.
Actually, I did.
Go ahead, Gwen.
Go ahead, Trustee Swain.
Now, are we to do the approval of that's got to be done in board meeting, isn't that correct?
Unmute.
I am unmuted.
I mean, Goodson, I think he was speaking. I'm sorry.
The full approval will have to take place in the full board, but the committee recommends it to the board.
Okay. Do I need to, so I need a motion. Well, first of all, give me 1 second to pull my information up.
I think Trustee Swain, you can talk about the process, whether or not there have been any nominations, and then the approval of an action item based on that.
Okay, just give me 1 second. I have to open up another screen. Just one.
Okay. Do you want me to resend that?
Okay. The call for nominations for the Board of Trustee officers was sent to the board members with a closing date of July 17, 2020. The nominating committee presents the following slate of officers for 2020-2021 for the approval of the board in this committee.
Hey, Ms. Dillard, I am still in my meeting, but I want to reach out to you.
Derek, you're not on mute, Derek. Derek.
Dr. Wilkins, you're not on mute.
It's going, it's busy, but it's going.
Okay, about how many are we getting students?
Ms. Gwen, can you put him on mute?
The majority of what
He's on mute now.
He's okay. Yeah. Sorry about that.
No problem. The nominees for the nominee for the chair position was Jan King Robinson, vice chair Lynn Bunch, secretary Stephanie Johnson. And I'm asking the committee or for I need a motion to approve. Do we need to do these individually or just all in one?
You can do them all together, Trustee
It's
Swain.
a slate, right?
Yes, I need a motion to approve Jan King Robinson, Lynn Bunch, and Stephanie Johnson for the positions that I aforementioned.
Trustee Barnes, so moved.
Second,
Who provided the second?
Kenneth Will.
Thank you.
What you said, Tracy?
No, we're good.
Okay.
Okay, is there any discussion? If not, we'll have the roll call.
Okay, roll call for the slate of officers. Trustee Robinson.
Humbly, thank you. Yay.
Trustee Bunch.
Yes.
Trustee Johnson.
Yes.
Trustee Barnes made the motion. Trustee Brown.
Yes.
Trustee Culpepper.
Yes.
Trustee Time.
Yes.
Thank you.
Did I hear Trustee Robinson say nay?
I apologize, trustees, for kind of catching you off guard. I just wanted to be sure we covered that, because I know it has to be done. The next thing on our agenda is the Board of Trustees self-assessment. We're glad that everyone took the time to complete the assessment. I think we got some good comments out of it. What do we want to do with the results of this from here on out? Do we want to put together
Trustee Bunch.
Uh-huh.
If I may, I know that, and as you mentioned, thank you everyone for completing the document. And I believe that we are going to use this information as we plan the trustees retreat in November. So we'll be able to use those responses, if you will, as some guiding points as we go through the retreat in November.
Okay, so we'll probably discuss the results of it and take into account some of the things that came forward in it.
Absolutely.
Okay, what I'd like to suggest is if anyone has any comments about how these results can be used in the retreat, Gwen, can they contact you?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Just a point of information, next year, the Board of Trustees assessment will be based more on the strategic plan versus the more open questions that were included in it this year. The Human Services Resources Update, I'd like to call on Dr. Shamika Lane.
If I can first introduce Dr. Lane. Dr. Lane, if you can wave for the screen. So this is Dr. Lane. We searched twice for Chief Human Resources Officer, and we found Dr. Lane. Lisa Clinton sat on that committee. So did the Staff Senate Chair and the Faculty Senate Chair. So we searched and we found Dr. Lane. Dr. Lane has served as CHRO for 2 different public school systems, and she's coming from Hertford County Public School System, where she served as the Chief Human Resources Officer. We're excited about Dr. Lane. She's already met with a number of VCs, and she'll continue those meetings to help shape and build human resources, the department for the future. So I wanted to introduce her because she is dynamic, and we're looking for great things out of Dr. Lane. So Dr. Lane, again, thank you for coming on board, and we'll turn it over to you to give an update on the human resources side.
Thank you, VC Goodson, and good morning to everyone. It is indeed a pleasure to join the ECSU family. Today you have received the personal action report within your packet. Do you have any questions for me at this time?
Okay, if there are no questions, we'll move to our next report on the agenda from the Legal Affairs Committee.
I think Dr. Lane may have more updates to provide, Dr. Lane.
Okay.
Yes, sir. At this time, I would like to share some updates on how we are supporting employees during the COVID-19 pandemic. Employees are being supported by being offered opportunities to telework or work flexible, staggered, or alternative work schedules. Faculty members are able to receive approval through the Academic Affairs Department. Employees are working with their immediate supervisors to request any accommodations that they may need, and we are continuously tracking the data to ensure we accurately document all accommodations requests and the employee's work status. If an employee tests positive, their supervisor, health services, and HR are notified. Employees are quarantined and must remain off campus, and the available leave options are presented based on guidance from the UNC Systems Office. To help reinforce safety, we're following guidelines from the UNC Systems Office, which includes the distribution of 2 branded face masks to employees, and upon request, employees can receive foot coverings, gowns, and eye protection. At this time, I'll turn it back over to VC Goodson.
Thanks for the update, Dr. Lane. I want to make sure we give the board an opportunity to ask her any questions related to the support we're providing our employees during COVID-19.
I'd like to ask if there is anything that they're doing for a social emotional. I know you're doing testing and protective covering and that kind of thing, but is there anything else out there like mental health kinds of issues that they might be experiencing because of COVID that we're doing for them, just as we're doing for the students?
Yes, ma'am. What we've started so far is we have a program called Safe Colleges, which is an online professional development portal. And
Right.
we've rolled out the first section of modules for COVID, and there are about 5 or 6 modules in that. And after that, we'll get a feel on what the needs of the staff are and try to meet their needs accordingly.
Thank you.
Yes,
Dr.
ma'am.
Johnson, we also have the employee assistance program.
Oh, you do?
That gives free counseling services to
Right.
any employee who may need assistance. So that's another initiative that we have in place to support employees who may be struggling during this time,
Now,
who may need.
do you have employee assistance anyway or since COVID?
We've had employee assistance.
Okay. All right.
So it's not anything new to the employees.
Right. Okay.
They're aware, and many of them use it.
Okay. Thank you.
This is Trustee Barnes. What kind of fiscal impact, if any, do we have as relates to employees who decline to return to work because of their age or some other compromising situation as relates to COVID-19? Do they actually get paid if they can't come to work because of the virus, or do we just substitute other people and they're not paid? How does that work?
Well, the information I can share with you right now is that it's going to vary based on the employee and the specific surroundings of why they're having to be out. What we do have is the FFCRA, the Family First Coronavirus Response Act, which does offer an alternative of paid leave if you meet some qualifying conditions. And then employees also have the opportunity to utilize their sick leave or any other accrued leave to keep them paid. If there are any other impacts finance-wise, I would have to direct those to VC Goodson or VC McClinton.
Yeah, it's important just to note that an employee doesn't. Trying to think of a way to say this. There's a process that the employee has to follow to be approved to not come to work, and that process must be supported by medical documentation in many cases. And then for the employees who may have some accommodations, right? Maybe they have childcare responsibilities or so on and so forth. We are supporting them through different types of work schedules, right? We may not need you here 40 hours a week, but you may work a staggered schedule, or you may work, or you may telework. So we're supporting our employees, and the work is still ongoing. No one is just not coming into work and getting paid for it. So,
thank you.
Mm-hmm. So, Trustee Bunch, I think we are ready to move to the next item, which I know is my update, which will be provided in closed session.
Okay, then do I have a motion to move into closed session?
So move, Trustee Barnes.
Second?
I
think we have to read the closed session motion first.
Right. I move that we go into closed session in accordance with North Carolina General Statement 143-318.11, section A3, to consult with our attorney to protect the attorney privileges on a confidential personal matter. And subsection A1 to prevent the disclosure of information that is privileged or confidential pursuant to the law of this state or of the United States, or not considered a public record within the means of Chapter 132 of the General Statutes. And subsequent A3 to consult with our attorney in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and Elizabeth City State University.
Now I think we need a second.
Second.
Okay, roll call.
You're on mute. I think we're waiting for a roll call vote for governance committee.
Trustee Robinson? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Trustee Bunch?
Yes.
Trustee Johnson, who made the motion. Trustee Barnes made the second. Trustee Brown,
Yes.
Trustee Culpepper, and,
Yes.
and Trustee Tyne.
Yes.
And we are live, Madam Chair, Trustee Bunch.
Okay. This time we'll call on Carson Rich for his report.
Good afternoon, everyone. For this legislative update, it's just a brief verbal update, and I'll go ahead and begin at the federal level. So for starters, with the pandemic still underway, the big question for the higher education community is what will the next federal stimulus package look like, and how long will it take for one to come to fruition? But before I answer that, I do want to note again that we're incredibly thankful for the CARES Act major stimulus package that was passed over the summer. There were multiple funding buckets in the CARES Act for higher education institutions, a specific pot for HBCUs, a pot to be distributed by the governor, and so on. And out of the different buckets, ECSU was awarded $5 million. And again, we are incredibly grateful for our congressional stakeholders in DC that secured these funds for us. But back to the question at hand, when will another stimulus package come to fruition? Well, there are several packages being tossed around as we speak. Just over a week ago, Senator Mitch McConnell announced a stimulus package containing $300 billion for relief. It includes $29 billion for higher education, which is what the higher ed community has been asking for and what we've been advocating for. However, it did not include state and local funding and additional CARES Act flexibility, such as revenue replacement. On the opposite end, we also have a $2 trillion stimulus proposal that was just released by the House Problem Solvers Caucus. And if you're unfamiliar with this caucus, it consists of 25 moderate Democrats and 25 moderate Republicans who have come together to try and get something passed. As of right now, it is not clear if the stimulus has any chance of going anywhere. The package addresses key areas of need, including COVID-19 testing, unemployment insurance, direct stimulus, worker and liability protection, small business and nonprofit support, and most importantly, the two areas that we constantly look at, $500 billion for state and local aid and $30 billion for higher education. But again, it may never come to fruition. So all of that being said, we actually do not know what will happen in the coming weeks. There are less than 8 days left in the House. So I, along with my colleagues across the system, are working to push the NC congressional delegation and emphasize the need for higher ed stimulus relief. I'm also working with the White House initiative on HBCUs and the Thurgood Marshall College Fund to secure rapid antigen tests for ECSU. They've been very responsive in that matter. At the state level, there's not a whole lot of information to report because they're currently not in session and will likely not convene again this year unless there are more federal dollars coming down the pike that need to be allocated. But aside from the General Assembly not being in session, this has been a successful year at ECSU at the state level. We pushed for funding on NC Promise and the legislature made it happen. We pushed for $6 million in capital project funding for new HVAC and chiller systems, and the legislature made it happen. With the specific bill for ECSU, I might add, Senate Bill 750, capital projects for Elizabeth City State University. We do hope and pray to eventually receive $32 million for new library, and we're constantly pushing that with legislators, but unfortunately, that was taken off the table when the pandemic hit. But all that aside, again, we are incredibly grateful for the HVAC and chiller funding and NC Promise funding. I must add our local delegation consisting of Senator Bob Steinberg and Representative Howard Hunter have been incredibly helpful in advocating for ECSU, along with many other legislators on both sides of the aisle and Governor Cooper and his cabinet. In the coming weeks and months, we will continue to connect with legislators and prepare our asks for the upcoming year as we also start to feel out what the upcoming year will look like given COVID-19. So I do want to say that thank you to all the trustees that have helped us in our advocacy efforts. Your expertise, insight, and involvement is far more valuable than you can imagine. And lastly, I do want to add that despite the pandemic, and especially over these past 2 years of the Dixon administration, we have seen an increased positive interest in ECSU by government officials. We've hosted meetings with the chancellor and campus tours for elected officials from every level of government, whether it be county commissioners, city council, state legislators, members of the governor's cabinet, congressional staff, and actual members of Congress. We've had them all, and we hope to continue to raise ECSU's profile on a local, state, and federal level. So pending any other questions, thank you, everyone. This concludes my report.
Do we have any questions for Carson? Okay, if not, I have just a couple of announcements. Number one, I want to thank Stephanie Johnson for her service on the ECSU Foundation. And I want to thank Chris Evans for agreeing to fill Stephanie's slot on that board. That's an extremely important job for us because, as you all know, we're looking for greater coordination between our board, the foundation board, and the alumni group. And then I also want to thank Gwen for her help in distributing the self-assessment for the board and getting all the information back to us. If there is no objection, we stand adjourned. Okay.
Okay,
So-
full board tomorrow morning.
Yep, we'll see everybody tomorrow morning for the full board meeting. Thank you all
Yes.
for attending.
Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Thank
Y'all have a
you.
good afternoon.
And thank you to the staff. Y'all have just been incredible.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Trustees, I will be sending emails for your login information on tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.